Chapter 711, Mutation. Chapter 711, Mutation. Yu Zhong's warning was effective for some of the survivors. Although these people and enhancers were hungry and thirsty, they gritted their teeth and bare with it, not eating the black wheat nor water. Yu Zhong had discovered a few scientific equipment from the village. Likewise, some of them had found the same. As long as one was not stupid, they could guess that this world was already irradiated. Kong Chui Yun and Xiaolon both looked to the camps and saw the various women selling their bodies in exchange for a little food, and their expressions turned to one of fear. Before the apocalypse, it would be an act of shame, but now it was normal. One of the naked men who had some strength was already dressed in some clothes. He came up to the both of them and laughed lewdly. "Hey, girls, come, let's fuck. This bowl of black wheat porridge will be yours." Xiaolon looked at it, swallowing her saliva before coldly saying, "Hey, scram the fuck away for your grandaunt." The naked man's eyes flashed with fury as he took a huge step toward Xiaolon. "Little bitch, you should be honored your granddaddy I set my sights on you. Those bitches over there fought to accompany me. You better fucking give me face." Xiaolon looked at the naked man with a look of fear, and she retreated a few steps involuntarily. Just after he took a few steps forward, a sharp bone spike shot out explosively, stopping right at his throat. The man was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat as he backed up immediately. Sorry. I'll leave now. The moment he backed away, the bone spike returned to white bones. As long as he did not overstep his boundaries to threaten Yu Zhong's safety, white bones would not act out. The man looked at Xiaolon and snorted coldly. "Little bitch, seems like Yu Zhong doesn't seem to care much about you girls. Let's see when you beg me. At that time, I'll make sure you'll regret today." Seeing that he had left, Xiaolan's eyes looked down in sadness. She was truly tired and thirsty. Yu Zhong had just given them a little water and protected their lives, but beyond that, it didn't seem that he valued them much. They had no ability to find food or water for themselves. If they continued like that, they would likely beg that man out of desperation. Damn it! Kong Chui Yun watched the man leave, as her eyes flashed with a resolute look, and she went straight into Yu Zhong's tent. Yu Zhong was laying there drinking milk and consuming some type 2 mutant beast meat as he read a book quietly. The moment Kong Chui Yun barged in, his brows furrowed as he asked, "It's you?" Kong Chui Yun looked at the food and milk beside him, and her eyes flashed with greed. She turned to stare at Yu Zhong. "Earlier, you said that as long as one agrees to be your slave and not disobey your orders, you will give food and water, right?" Yu Zhong stared back at her and replied, "That's right. However, let me make it clear first. If you become my slave, whatever I ask you to do in the future, some might even endanger your life. Are you willing?" She chuckled in self-deprecation. "What choice do I have? Without your protection, I would already be in a state worse than an animal. Within a week, I'll be dead for sure. I promise to be your slave." After that, her face flushed red as she began to undress, revealing her youthful and lithe body. When she was fully naked, she dove into his covers, begging, "I want something to eat and drink." Within a day, Kong Chui Yun had already lost some of her arrogance and princess attitude. Yu Zhong felt her smooth skin under his fingertips, and he felt his heartbeat quicken. After a moment of hesitation, he passed her the milk and type 2 beast meat to her. In this strange world, Yu Zhong did not know if he would be able to see other humans. If this world was left with only those savages or other humans who would not accept him, then his companions would be survivors that arrived together with him. He had no way of saving hundreds of them, but 1 or 2 were still within his capability. Kong Chui Yun accepted the food in happiness and gobbled them up. She finished the food, cleaning her lips before looking towards Yu Zhong coyly. "Do you want to do it with me?" "No need. Go to sleep. We have to be on our way tomorrow." Yu Zhong turned off the light and immediately went to sleep. In response, Kong Chui Yun felt a sense of relief, yet disappointment at the same time, before hugging Yu Zhong's arm to sleep. The second day, Yu Zhong and Kong Chui Yun ate breakfast before leaving the tent. Xiaolan was curled up, her face pale and cold. She looked at Kong Chueyun, who walked out with Yu Zhong with a look of jealousy and contempt. Kong Chueyun looked at Xiaolan and spoke with a lofty tone, handing her some bread and water. Lan Lan, you must be hungry. Take this. Xiaolan looked at the bread and water. Her eyes filled with a complicated gaze as she thanked her. Thank you, Chueyun. Xiaolan was extremely clear on the value of the bread and water. It required an entire night with a woman to exchange. Save me. It hurts. At this time, there were screams of agony and moaning from the group of survivors. Yu Zhong immediately charged toward their location. He discovered a number of survivors kneeling on the group, spewing out blood, thrashing about on the ground. They were struggling painfully, and there seemed to be about 90 of them. The remaining 30 or so looked at them helplessly, their hearts cold. Yu Zhong came up to Forana and asked solemnly, "What's going on?" Her lips were slightly chapped and her expression ugly. These people were those who drank from the stream. Seems like the water is truly radiated. Yesterday, Yu Zhong had already given his warning. However, due to the immense thirst, those people had thrown all caution to the wind and drank from the stream. The effects were showing right now. Yu Zhong frowned and looked at the survivors carefully. He noticed one particular survivor who was on the ground, and his eyes narrowed. He saw that as the survivor spat out blood, his forehead began to split open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, looking like a freakish monster. Yu Zhong continued to look at the rest of the survivors, noting another one growing a scorpion tail, while another had multiple boils on his face. One had sharp claws growing out of his right hand. Yu Zhong looked at the mutating survivors and frowned. Is this mutation? Under the radiation, humans could actually become like this. Truly astounding. Or maybe there's something else in the world that causes an effect. Save me! Save me! At this time, Ma Fun saw Yu Zhong and came crawling towards him while still throwing up blood. However, after a few meters, he spat out a large mouthful and died with blood running down his orifices. Due to the differences in body constitution, some survivors quickly died, while others were still struggling violently. Yu Zhong stayed a while before turning and walking away silently. The most important thing was to find a way to communicate with the inhabitants of this world. Otherwise, if they stayed on too long, there was no telling what would happen. He had enough water and food on himself, but these 30 other survivors didn't. Forana and the rest of the survivors picked up the items of the deceased and followed Yu Zhong. Kong Chueyun swept her gaze over the survivors and fell shocked. In just another day, another 100 had died. This world was terrifying, beyond her imagination. She turned to look at Yu Zhong and felt her emotions calm down. As long as there was him to protect her, she believed she could live on. Everyone followed Yu Zhong quietly. In front, there was only a wide, vast area of nothing. Not a single shred of green to be seen, while bullet shrapnel was scattered everywhere. The survivors following behind Yu Zhong began to get more irritable, their eyes flashing with red. They had gone an entire day without water, and walking for so long was causing them to dehydrate, making the thirst even more unbearable. They finally could not take it anymore, and as Yu Zhong was resting, the 33 survivors began to surround Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at the survivors who obviously had bad intentions and asked coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" After a moment of hesitation, the naked man from last night stepped out, looking at Yu Zhong darkly. "Yu Zhong, I know you still have water with you. We want a bottle of clean water. As long as you can give us a bottle and let us live, that's fine." Yu Zhong's face turned ugly. "No, I have water, but that's mine. I need to traverse this place for God knows how long. I won't give water to you. If you want to drink, go find it yourself." The face of the man became even darker, his voice becoming louder. "Don't force us. We want to live on. If we're pushed to a corner, we can ignore everything and go crazy." The other 33 survivors also stepped forwards with ugly expressions. At this time, Whitebone stepped forward quietly, 10 sharp bone spikes shooting out from its body, pointing at the survivors. Seeing that, the survivors had a change of expression. A single Yuzhong could kill them all. Adding on white bones, they were sure to be killed without a burial ground. Chapter 712. The Price of Water. Chapter 712. The Price of Water. At this time, Fiorana's eyes flashed as she pointed at a distance. Don't be rash. Look, what's that? Everyone turned to face the direction, only to see a group of humans looking like ants in the distance. Humans! The survivors looked at those humans, and their eyes brightened as they rushed towards them. As long as there were humans, there was bound to be a water source. They could live if they could find the water source. They weren't fearful towards ordinary humans as well. Yuzhong looked at them and turned to speak to Xiaolan and Kong Chuiyun. You guys stay here. After that, he followed the rest of the survivors from Earth and ran after the group of humans. Pung, pung. Just when they managed to chase up to about 100 m from the group, the sounds of gunfire rang out. Due to the gunshots, a number of survivors had their heads penetrated by the bullets, and their corpses slumped to the ground. The sounds of gunfire wasn't that dense, but every single shot spelled the death of a survivor. Under the suppressing fire, the survivors immediately got down on the ground and rolled for cover. As Yuzhong made his way there, he could feel a terrifying gaze fixed on him. What powerful sniping skills! There must be a sniper. Yuzhong had fought plenty of expert snipers and could feel the threat of that gaze fixed on him. He called out to the group of humans in a resounding voice. I have no ill intentions. I hope to speak to your leader. Punk. A bullet whizzed through the air in response to Yuzhong's statement. Damn it! With a flash of his body, he dodged the bullet easily, but his eyes turned cold. He was trying hard to be nice, but these people were being unreasonable. His killing intent immediately billowed out. Without any hesitation, Yuzhong pulled out an assault rifle and fired a single shot into the distance. The sniper who fired at Yuzhong had his head immediately blasted apart. Since Yuzhong had started killing, he did not hold back anymore. He quickly dashed forwards, firing a number of shots, causing their own warriors to fall. Those people could feel the threat of Yuzhong and began to fire back madly. Yuzhong himself turned into a beam of light that charged right through the midst of humans, and with a sweeping fire, he killed those soldiers wielding guns. Once those gun-toting soldiers were killed, dozens of males came charging at Yuzhong with melee weapons, their expressions murderous. Yuzhong looked at the men, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent, and he swept out mercilessly, firing his gun. In the dense barrage of bullets, the men who were charging over had their heads riddled with bullets and died. Yuzhong wiped out the attackers easily and shot a look towards the rest of the humans. He discovered the group consisted both males and females, although their hair color was interesting. Some were blue, some gold, some silver, some black. Their skins were white, yellow, and black. It was all mixed, and there were about 100 of them. They were looking back at him with fear. One blond old man had a frightened look as he came up to Yuzhong, kneeling down before speaking in some strange form of Chinese. Glorious divine warrior, I'm Ivan, the patriarch of this group of vagabonds. We had attacked you and your subordinates without knowing better. Please pardon our offense. With a swoosh, the 100 off humans kneeled down and pleaded, Glorious divine warrior, please pardon our offense. Yuzhong quickly came to an understanding when he heard them. Divine warrior? What's that? The term for the experts in this world? The rest of the survivors came over and saw the group of soldiers and strange humans kneeling in front of Yuzhong. Their hearts were filled with shock. The naked man saw the corpses around Yuzhong, and his heart instantly turned cold, strong. Luckily, we didn't do anything earlier, otherwise I would be dead. Fiorana looked at Yuzhong, her gaze complicated. He's truly strong. Yuzhong glanced at Ivan. Say water, food. The blond old man looked toward a beautiful girl of about 11 or 12 beside him with a fully developed body and said, Dina, go get some water and food for the divine warrior. The blonde girl quickly burrowed into a tent, carefully taking out a bowl of clear water and a biscuit mixed with some strange substance in front of Yuzhong. Yuzhong looked at the water and brought out the water detector to stick it in. Warning: the water radiation level is 4 and is classified as moderately polluted. If consumed in large quantities, there is the risk of mutation. Yu Zhong shot Ifan a look with killing intent, coldly barking. This is moderately polluted, and you dare offer this to me? Are you sick of living? Ifan immediately got down on his knees and kowtowed, while trembling profusely. Esteemed divine warrior, the best water that we can find is already at level 4 radiation. Anything that is level 3 and below can only be obtained from Red Rock City. This is our best quality that we can provide. Level 4 radiation is already the best. Yu Zhong stared at the water, his expression falling. He had thought to obtain some ration and water from these vagabonds. Seemed like his plan had to be changed. Yu Zhong continued asking Ifer, "Do you know how to get to Red Rock City?" Ifan replied fearfully, "I know. Follow this road all the way west, and you will reach it. However, it will take about 6 days." Yu Zhong looked at him and ordered, "Bring me there." Ifan returned his look with respect. "Yes, esteemed divine warrior." Just then, Forana asked Ifan, "Can the water with level 4 radiation be drunk?" The 33 survivors also came closer, looking on silently. Ifan replied respectfully, "Can. However, there's a risk of danger to the body. In truth, other than pure, clean water, all other water sources have some form of radiation, which is harmful to the human's body. It's just that the degree of danger varies. Grade 3 and below, and usually least harmful to the body, while grade 4 and above can cause some problems and chances of mutation is higher. Grade 7 radiation is basically poison to the human body. Once a person drinks it, they will likely die or mutate." Ifan continued explaining, "The lower the grade of radiation, the higher the price. In Red Rock City, a cup of grade 3 radiation will cause 1 eagle yuan. A cup of grade 2 radiation costs 10 eagle yuan. A cup of grade 1 radiation costs 100 eagle yuan, and pure, clean water costs 1,000 eagle yuan." Yu Zhong piped in, "How much can a rifle exchange for in Red Rock City?" An ordinary assault rifle goes for 200 eagle yuan in the city, while a 7.62mm rifle bullet goes for 10 eagle yuan each. Yu Zhong took mental note of his own assets, together with the dozens of rifles and hundreds rounds that he obtained from the village of the savages. Exchanging all would just give him a few thousand eagle yuan. A few cups of clean water would wipe his pocket clean. Now he knew the price of clean water here. When Forana and the other survivors heard Ifan's words, their faces turned incredibly ugly. They had no currency of this world, so even if they managed to get into Red Rock City, they would not be able to afford a single cup of water. One of the survivors had a grave look on his face as he grabbed a bowl of the water and drank it. "I can't give a shit anymore. If I get contaminated by the radiation, so be it. If these people can drink, don't tell me we can't." The rest also revealed savage expressions and barked out, "Water! Bring us more water!" Bowls after bowls were brought in front of the survivors. Other than a few, the rest all began to drink up. They had gone nearly 2 days without water, and their throats were almost beyond parched. They really couldn't care about the radiation anymore. Ifan spoke up respectfully. "The sky is getting dark. Please join us to rest for the night." Yu Zhong nodded. "Okay." These vagabonds quickly set up camp, erecting simple tents. They also begun to take out their cauldrons as a group of women filled them up with water and threw some wheat and biscuits in. Suddenly, the faces of the survivors changed. They saw a few men dragging out a human corpse from one of the vehicles, chopping it up, before throwing it into the woks, and cooked them. Seeing such a scene, Kong Chui-yun could not help but turn pale. Xiao Lan covered her mouth, suppressing her urge to puke. Yu Zhong's countenance wasn't any better. Although he had killed countless of lives, the one thing he hated the most was cannibalism. As long as he saw it, he would kill the offenders without mercy. Ifan was a smart person, and when he saw Yu Zhong's expression, he immediately got on his knees in fright, saying, "Esteemed divine warrior, we didn't kill this person. It was a corpse that we exchanged for with another vagabond tribe. We didn't commit murder." Yu Zhong's face was dark as he asked, Do you all consume this? Ifan's eyes flashed with pain. Esteemed divine warrior, we have no choice. There is little food out here in the wilderness. If we don't consume this, we can't live on. Us vagabonds are just slightly better off than those savages, but even so, we're still lowly existences on this plane. In order to live, we have to eat anything. Chapter 7:13, Mutants. Chapter 7:13, Mutants. Savages. Yuzhong could not help but remember those strange human-like creatures that launched an assault on him and his fellow survivors. Ifan wore a hateful look. Savages are the lowest of humankind. They eat anything, humans, mutant beasts, mutants, as long as they're hungry. They can eat even their own children. Everywhere they go, they will devour anything. Yuzhong looked at the rest of Ifan's tribe coldly, his eyes flashing with disgust. However, this wasn't Earth. Even if he hated their actions, he had no intention to kill them. He became clearer on the cruelty of this world. The vagabonds surrounded the huge wok, and everyone scooped up their helping of broth and wheat, carefully consuming the food, not leaving even bones behind. The rest of the survivors from Earth felt their faces drain of color. As enhancers, they were people of lofty status and had never had to resort to cannibalism at all. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were rocked by waves of nausea. Under the threat of Yuzhong's presence, the vagabonds began to scoop up the strange mixture and handed it out to the Earth survivors. Many of them immediately rejected, instead choosing to find the black wheat to consume. It was late in the evening. Under the cover of darkness, a number of strange creatures appeared in the night, their red eyes flashing as they crawled towards the campsite. A strong, killing intent permeated through the air. 2 soldiers of the vagabond tribe were patrolling, when all of a sudden, a creature with 2 huge mouths on its head, one of them human-like, the other filled with rows of sharp teeth, its hands filled with sharp claws, and its figure human-like but black and skinny appeared. It had boils all over its body, and it pounced on one soldier, biting viciously down on his throat, crushing it. Before the other soldier had the chance to react, a sharp claw tore through his heart, tearing it out. With the deaths of the 2 soldiers, many other creatures hidden in the dark quickly crawled towards the camp. The defense of the campsite looked simple. However, there were many warning traps laid out. One of the creatures accidentally triggered one, causing warning sounds to go off. Ifan's face fell as he hollered, "Attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" Hearing his voice, the expression of the vagabonds changed as they hurried to grab their weapons and looked out in alarm. Even the old, the weak, and the ill all took up their weapons. Battling was ingrained in their bones. This world was much crueler and harsher than on Earth. Almost all life forms were enemies of humans. If they wanted to live on, they had to fight or else they would die. When these vagabonds took up their weapons, the strange creatures had already charged through the campsite, beginning their slaughter of the vagabonds. Ifan saw the creatures, and his face turned incredibly pale. "Mutants! Damn it, it is the mutants! We're finished. Finished!" Yuzhong observed carefully, noticing that those who had launched the night raid were all human-like creatures. However, their eyes had ferocious lights, while they had mutations all over their bodies. Some grew 2 heads, some had powerful tails, some had sharp claws. However, they still kept their main human attribute, just that their bodies were covered in boils, and there was a strong stench emitting from them. They had no clothes. One particular mutant had claws for its right hand, its body burly. There were 2 sarcomas on its chest. It leaped onto a vagabond, its right hand slashing towards the unfortunate person's head, slicing the brain apart. Another mutant had 8 arms, its eyes flashing with madness. Its tentacle-like arms rolled out, grabbing a female vagabond, before using one of its tentacles to penetrate the woman from below with such violence that she bled profusely while screaming in agony. Beasts! A dozen of the males immediately charged forth and swung their weapons at another 2 mutants with blades for shoulders. The 2 mutants reacted swiftly, their blades flashing out with a speed faster than the sound barrier, and the dozens of vagabonds were immediately sliced apart. The two mutants then began to devour the brains of their dead victims. Punk, punk. Within the tribe, a few had rifles, and they had already begun firing at the mutants. As the gunshots rang out loud and clear, two mutants had their heads exploded. The rest began to pounce towards the soldiers with the weapons. One of them waved its hands, firing out two sharp bone spikes from its right hand, piercing the body of the sniper and knocking him back. Another one released a sack of pus from its body, and the green, poisonous slime landed on the body of the sniper. The moment the pus landed on the sniper, he began to scream out loud as his body erupted in boils. One mutant waved its hand and shot out a transparent silk, spinning it, and an unsuspecting enhancer that charged towards it to fight was immediately killed. The fight caught them unprepared and unaware, with everything happening fast and brutal. The vagabonds were almost all wiped out at the start. A few enhancers who tried to take them on were also killed easily. It was like hell on earth, where the mutants were easily slaughtering the humans. Even the enhancers brought here from Earth could barely hold on. These enhancers who had held their own against mutant beasts and take on the savages from before was helpless before these mutants. Among the enhancers, the strongest was the naked man, Forana, a black guy, and another sword-wielding Asian. Of these four, the naked man had lost his head immediately to one of the mutants with blades for shoulders. Forana had her ribs smashed by a single kick from one of the mutants. As for the other two, they had not yet come across any of them. Sulan and Kong Chui Yun saw the sudden surge of mutants, and their faces flashed with fear as they stood behind Yuzhong. They're powerful. Yuzhong looked at how the mutants carried out their slaughter, and his heart turned cold. Each of them had their own unique abilities, and their combat prowess was on par with evolvers of level 30 or so. Based on his estimate, there were about 200 of them in this attack. That meant that they were facing an assault of over 200 evolvers of about level 30. Had it been another evolver, even whoever ran would be forced to retreat. However, through the constant enhancements, Yuzhong's strength had surpassed whoever ran. Even more so, after conquering the capital, his strength had gained a huge boost. He was confident facing even an apostle now. With a flip of his hand, two fully loaded assault rifles appeared in his hands, and he activated his shadow steps, his eyes flashing. Both hands turned into blurs as he fired a frenzy. Pung, pung, pung. Following the dense gunshots, many of the mutants fell under Yuzhong's marksmanship. Many of those still alive instantly turned around and stared at Yuzhong warily. As Yuzhong demonstrated his strength yet again, the gazes of the vagabonds and enhancers fell upon him, flashing with surprise and hope. Almost immediately, they all began to make their way towards Yuzhong. Furana's eyes were also filled with a complicated gaze. She struggled for a moment before making her way over. It was safe with him. At that moment, one of the mutants with the blade shoulders appeared in front of Forana, its blades already slicing midway at her head. Warning signs went off in her heart, and her eyes flashed with despair. Punk! At this time, just as it was about to land on her head, a bullet shot through its brain. She looked at the corpse, quickly making her way towards Yuzhong while bearing the pain of her broken ribs. As the vagabonds and enhancers rushed towards Yuzhong, the rest of the mutants began to react. They dove for cover, staring at Yuzhong, eyeing him with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Yuzhong's eyes turned incredibly dark. If these mutants were to charge for him, he could easily slaughter them. However, should they separate, he would not be able to protect all the survivors. Chapter 714, Type 3 Mutants. Chapter 714, Type 3 Mutants. Not long after the mutants disappeared into the dark, one mutant stepped out, with sparse hair on its head and a single green horn on its forehead. It had sharp claws for hands, and there were blades growing out every crevice. Its eyes glowed with a red gleam. When that mutant came out, Yuzhong's heart thumped in alarm as a strong sense of danger rang off in his head. After undergoing so many enhancements, his combat strength was getting more terrifying, to the point he could kill the ordinary mutants in a single strike. However, the moment that new mutant appeared, he immediately knew he had no confidence to kill it. Ifan's countenance was extremely pale. Type 3 mutant. It actually is a Type 3 mutant. We're truly finished. We're dead. The rest of the survivors turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. They knew clearly the threat of Type 3 mutants. Yuzhong looked at the Type 3 mutant and raised his gun to fire at it madly. The eyes of the Type 3 mutant flashed violently, and its body disappeared in a flicker, its speed reaching the sound barrier. It dodged the bullets effortlessly and appeared in front of Yuzhong to slash at it. Yuzhong abandoned the gun and pulled out his flame blade to meet the blow of the Type 3 mutant, deflecting it away. The moment the Type 3 mutant launched its attack, it continued without stopping, landing blow after blow at the speed of sound, forcing Yuzhong backward. Yuzhong activated his shadow steps, and the flame blade in his hands slashed out to meet the blows, matching the Type 3 mutant evenly, and it was unclear who had the advantage. Just as the Type 3 mutant was focused on Yuzhong, the rest of the mutants had already routed around the battlefield craftily, launching sneak attacks on the rest of the vagabonds. Since Yuzhong was kept occupied, the rest of the enhancers and vagabonds were slaughtered cruelly and miserably. Whitebone's demonic eyes flashed with flames, and it charged out with its bone blades, turning into a meat grinder. Everywhere it touched, the mutants would be sliced and diced apart. The enhancers from Earth had been forced to a corner and gave it their all to fight back. Yuzhong glanced with his peripheral vision and saw the current situation. Whitebones had to stay to protect Kong, Cui Yun, and Xiaolon, and his heart sunk. Shit, if this goes on, those vagabonds will be wiped out. The vagabonds are the only ones who knew how to get to Red Rock City. Before Yuzhong got there, he needed to at least protect some of them, otherwise he would be lost out here in this desolate place. I need to end this beast quickly. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he activated his gravity manipulation, causing the Type 3 mutant to stumble slightly, its movements affected. With a thought, a huge devil flame fireball conjured out of the air and blasted towards the Type 3 mutant. The Type 3 mutant was too close to Yuzhong, and it was instantly enveloped by the flames. The next instant, the single green horn on the mutant's forehead lit up, and a green light burst out from its body, dispersing the devil flames. What? Yuzhong was shocked. His devil flame had been enhanced twice. A single ball of it could easily incinerate any of the ordinary mutants. A huge devil flame fireball could heavily injure, if not kill, a Type 3 mutant beast as well. And yet, this Type 3 mutant had dispelled his flames so easily. The Type 3 mutant had an exhausted look right after. It was evident that move had sapped it. Its eyes flashed ferociously as it opened its smelly mouth, the inner boils exploding as pus shot out right at Yuzhong in the form of arrows. Yuzhong's face fell, and he conjured up a devil flame ball to meet the incoming poisonous spit. As the two projectiles met, the fiery flames instantly caused the poisonous spit to sizzle into smog. The Type 3 mutant became even more enraged, the horn on its forehead lighting up again, and its speed suddenly increased by 30% as it rushed at Yuzhong to slash at it. Yuzhong waved his flame blade, slicing at the claw with a sharp whistle in the air as blade met claw in a shower of sparks. All of a sudden, the Type 3 mutant jerked its lower body, revealing a sharp tail that shot for Yuzhong from a blind angle. Yuzhong's face fell in horror, quickly channeling his dark Do Chi, enveloping his body, pushing his capabilities to the limit. He twisted his body, dodging that blow meant for his heart, instead allowing the sharp tail to pierce his abdomen. The sharp tail was able to penetrate even the Type 4 mutant sea snake hide before being stopped by the level 5 defense vest. There was a powerful force behind that blow, and even after Yuzhong's equipment helped to block the blow, the remaining strength still caused 2 of his ribs to fracture. Yuzhong's body was covered in a dark glow, as he retreated a few steps to defuse the remaining force. However, blood could be seen trickling down his mouth. His injury was serious. The eyes of the Type 3 mutant flashed dangerously as it appeared right in front of Yuzhong, slashing at his head. Its tail swung back and suddenly appeared from Yuzhong's right, intending to pierce his side. "Go to hell!" Yuzhong also roared out with fury in his eyes. At that instant, his second-order devil flame exploded out in a pillar towards the skies, enveloping the Type 3 mutant. The Type 3 mutant screamed out in agony when it was in contact with the flames. The horn on its horn glowed, allowing it to struggle and leap free from the pillar of flames. However, even with the protection of the green light, its hair had already been singed, and there were many wounds all over its body. It looked extremely miserable. With a flash of blade, the head of the Type 3 mutant was lobbed off and rolled on the ground. When the Type 3 mutant beast was slain by Yuzhong, a huge amount of life energy was absorbed into Yuzhong's god and devil imprint, nourishing and strengthening his soul. "Congratulations, you have gained 10 strength." Under the nourishment of the life energy, there was a sudden notification in Yuzhong's mind. Yuzhong felt excited when his strength rose. Indeed, there are benefits to entering this dangerous world. On Earth, it was incredibly hard for Yuzhong to evolve. Within a week of being in this second world, he had received another enhancement. Furthermore, his soul was becoming more powerful, which proved that while the second world was dangerous, there were benefits present. After the Type 3 mutant had been killed, the rest of the mutants took a look, their expressions filled with fear. They began to flee as they dragged corpses along. Yuzhong watched them, frowning. He decided not to give chase. It was going to be difficult to establish some foothold here. He did not want to waste energy to go chase the mutants down. Furthermore, he had 2 broken ribs. While it would recover by the next morning, he did not want to endanger himself in the night. Ivan watched the mutants flee, his heart welling up with emotions as he kneeled in front of Yuzhong. "Many thanks, Divine Warrior. Thank you for saving us all." The rest of the vagabonds also kneeled down and began to thank him profusely. "Thank you, Divine Warrior." "Get up," Yuzhong declared indifferently, before walking up to the corpse of the Type 3 mutant. He looked at the horn protruding out of its forehead, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. With a flash of his blade, the 10 cm long green horn was chopped off by Yuzhong. He picked it up and looked it over carefully, discovering that the material was similar to the nuclei dropped by mutant beasts. Ivan looked at Yuzhong holding the horn with envy, saying, "Congratulations on Divine Warrior for obtaining a Type 3 mutant crystal horn. It could fetch about 100,000 eagle yuan in Red Rock City. Divine Warrior, you are indeed strong. To think that even a Type 3 mutant would be defeated by you." Yuzhong's eyes flashed. "Divine Warrior? Ivan, what exactly is a Divine Warrior? Are there any tiers to it?" Ivan had a look of shock, staring at Yuzhong, who was overflowing with killing intent, and decided to tell him everything. In this world, there were vagabonds, savages, mutants, mutant beasts, radiated devils, humans, and other strange existences. Chapter 7:15, Half-Mutants. Chapter 7:15, Half-Mutants. The Divine Warrior was a term used to distinguish powerful experts of different levels. There were a total of 6 types, with the Type 1 Divine Warriors able to take on ordinary mutants. Type 2 Divine Warriors could fight Type 2 mutants, Type 3 Divine Warriors fighting Type 3 mutants, so on and forth. Ivan's knowledge was limited as he was part of a vagabond tribe, and only knew of the existences of Divine Warriors. He had only seen at most 5 Divine Warriors. He had never even seen a Type 3 Divine Warrior that could take on a Type 3 mutant. It was because of that he was all the more respectful and fearful of Yuzhong. Ivan knew some other things with regards to the other tribes, but he wasn't able to make himself clear. Yuzhong tried probing and gave up after a while. After erecting a tent, Yuzhong and Kong Shui Yun entered it. Xiaolon hesitated a while and burrowed in as well before hiding in one corner. Yuzhong glanced at Xiaolan and did not mind it. At this time, the little beautiful blonde Dina also entered the tent, looking towards Yuzhong with a pitiful look. Yuzhong looked at Dina and said, "What's the matter?" Dina seemed to falter before she pulled away at the cloth around her body, revealing a youthful and lithe body. She looked at Yuzhong, walking up to him carefully before speaking in her bright and clear voice. "Esteemed divine warrior, my father Ivan has told me to come and serve you. Please use my body to your heart's content. Be assured, my body has never been touched before. I hope that this pleases you." Seeing this, Xiaolan and Kong Chui-yun were filled with shock. They had not expected that frail-looking Ivan would actually resort to such a means to win Yuzhong over. Yuzhong looked at the little girl and frowned. In this apocalypse, he had seen many people playing with little girls, but sending one's own daughter to be played, it was the first time. Yuzhong could not help but feel angry at Ivan. He threw a blanket over to her and spoke gruffly. "Put on your clothes. Head back." Dina became frightened, her face turning pale. She crawled and pleaded, Sir, please use me. If my father knew that I did not accomplish what he asked me to do, he will allow the rest of the tribe to use me before selling me away as a slave." She kneeled in front of Yuzhong as she continued to plead and beg, "Please, I'll do anything. Please just use me." Yuzhong's face turned dark when he saw Dina crying like this. He had never expected Ivan to have this side to him. On the surface, he appeared weak and unassuming, and yet he was secretly so manipulative and cruel. He was willing to sacrifice his daughter, and if he didn't get his way, he would even threaten to sell her away. He frowned deeper and barked coldly, "Stop crying." Dina's body shuddered, wiping her tears away as she looked at Yuzhong expectantly. Kong Chui-yun was standing at one side, looking at Yuzhong as though to say something. However, upon remembering the terror of the mutants and the corpses in the soup, she turned pale and could not say anything. Although she wasn't happy if Yuzhong decided to have his way with Dina, if Yuzhong really chose to do so, she could only accept it. What is this?" Yuzhong was thinking about how to deal with Dina when his eyes suddenly brightened and he told Dina, "Turn around, get on your knees, and raise your butt." "Yes." Dina's eyes flashed with happiness and proceeded to raise her little perky ass. Yuzhong saw that there was a huge black scale right above her tender butt cheeks, and on top of it, there was a short tail of about 10 centimeters. Yuzhong grabbed the tail and pulled it, saying, "What's this?" Dina's face turned incredibly pale as her body trembled even more violently. I'm sorry. Esteemed divine warrior, Dina is a lowly bitch. Dina is a lowly half-mutant." She continued to tremble as she turned around to cry and plead with Yuzhong. "Dina might be the most shameless half-mutant, but only my butt area has a mutation. The rest of Dina's body is fine. Dina is not a mutant. Dina is free for your pleasure. Please do with Dina as you please." Yuzhong continued to hold that little tail and finally understood why Ivan would treat Dina this way. Since Dina had some part of her that underwent mutation, she was considered half-mutant already. She was no longer human, nor fully mutant, and thus was ostracized by both sides. For half-mutants who accumulated some radiation, there were two possible outcomes. One was death. The other would be to transform fully into mutants. These mutants would suffer from the torment of the radiation, the pain so intense that they might spew out blood. Once they transformed fully, they would then go crazy and kill their fellow tribesmen. Therefore, half-mutants were always despised and ostracized regardless of the tribe they belonged to. Once a half-mutant was discovered in a tribe, many of them would either be abandoned or sold to slavers. In order to prevent future mutation, it was actually simple. Prevent these half-mutants from being exposed to further radiation. However, there was nothing in this world that was not already irradiated. Even water was precious. Ordinary half-mutants already had no rights to such water and food. Therefore, once they were discovered, their fates were basically sealed. Yuzhong looked at Dina carefully. Her blonde hair and exquisite looks coupled with her voluptuous figure at such a tender age, gave her a powerful and attractive charm. The only problem was that she was lacking in nutrition, and thus, she was slightly sallow. Her skin was also slightly dried, and her hands were full of calluses. She could still be considered a pretty little thing. Yu Zhong pondered a while before saying, "I got it. Dina, you can agree to follow me as my slave and subject yourself to me. If you're willing, I will talk to your father and buy you over. If you're not willing, you can stay here for a night and leave." Dina was elated as she nodded profusely. "I'm willing." Dina is willing to be Master's slave. Dina would do all she can to learn and help Master. After that, she dove into Yu Zhong's covers, revealing a sweet smile. "Does Master want to play with Dina?" Yu Zhong shot her a glare. "Mind yourself. Go and get some rest. We're moving tomorrow." Dina did not know Yu Zhong's temper and immediately nodded obediently. Yes. After accepting her, Yu Zhong continued to read for a while before turning the light off and sleep. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong brought the three ladies out of the tent, and a number of strange gazes fell upon him. Yu Zhong directly went to Ifan and said, "I want to buy Dina. How much do you want?" Ifan was incredibly frightened. "Esteemed divine warrior, you can just take this lowly daughter of mine. Treat it as a gift for saving our lives. We're incredibly honored that you like her." Yu Zhong chuckled indifferently, giving 4 rifles and 10 magazines. "We'll do it like this. These are yours." Ifan immediately thanked Yu Zhong profusely. "Thank you, divine warrior." "Thank you." To these vagabonds, firearms and bullets were precious, even more so than Eagle Yuan. A lowly half-mutant exchange for 4 rifles and 10 magazines were incredibly good news to Ifan. Even if Dina wasn't a half-mutant, to be exchanged for this amount, Ifan would be more than happy to do so. "Yu Zhong, I have something to say to you." He turned to the direction of the sound and noticed Forana and the rest of the enhancers coming over to him. His eyes flashed with a complicated gaze. In front of him, there were only 8 of them left. In just a week, they had dwindled down from a few hundred to just a few of them. This world was truly cruel. Last night, the attack had a Type 3 mutant. If there had been 2 of them, only Yu Zhong might survive and be forced to flee. Had there been a Type 4 mutant, Yu Zhong might have been killed instantly. Yu Zhong replied, "Say what you want to say." Furana's gaze turned complicated as she looked at Yu Zhong. "I hope that we can join forces. This world is too cruel. Only by working together, we can maybe stand a chance." Yu Zhong shook his head and rejected. "I'm not interested." Forana and the rest of them had managed to survive, which meant that they were of decent strength. But to Yu Zhong, it was not worth it. The most important thing was that Forana and the rest were always proud. Even when working together, they would most likely harbor intentions when cooperating. If he joined them, he might have to waste his energy being on guard against them. Seeing Yu Zhong reject, Forana and the rest felt the color drain from their faces. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yu Zhong, as long as you're willing to join us, you could be the leader." Yu Zhong spoke indifferently. "If you want me to join, it's possible. You will have to obey my every order. There's no room for discussion. Otherwise, forget it." One of the younger males with dyed hair laughed coldly. "Obey every order? If you want us to die, we will have to?" Chapter 716, Red Rock City. Chapter 716, Red Rock City. One of the black men came up and tried to mediate. Zhonglu Yi. That's not what Yu Zhong meant. Yu Zhong retorted coldly. "No, that was exactly what I meant. If I were to be the leader and send you to your deaths, you'll have to obey. Only when orders are followed to that standard, that will be possible for me to join you guys, be your leader, and give you a chance at survival." Being the leader of this group of people, Yu Zhong had to share his precious water and food. He would have to divert attention to care for their safety and well-being. It was natural he wanted the authority over them. Otherwise, it was not possible for him to help them. The main thing was that this world was so much harsher than Earth. There was no clean water or food. No matter how strong Yu Zhong was, he could not sustain all of them. Hearing his words, the 8 of them had huge changes in their expressions. Who would be willing to hand their lives over to another person? Zhang Lu, he had a look of sarcasm. We can't afford you as a leader. Who the hell do you think you are? Even without you, we can still live on. Let's go. After that, the rest of them began to leave. Only Forana and one black man stood there quietly. Zhang Lu, he saw Forana and Mansala standing quietly in front of Yu Zhong, and his face fell, while a look of envy flashed past. Forana, Mansala, aren't the two of you coming? Forana rejected him flatly, looking at Yu Zhong. No, Yu Zhong, I'm willing to be your subordinate and follow your orders. Mansala chuckled at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, you're really strong. Last night, your helper saved my life. I'm willing to submit and follow your orders wholeheartedly. One middle-aged man, who was dressed in a suit, sighed. Who would have thought that Forana and Mansala would submit to him? One well-built man snorted coldly. Being someone else's dog will never bode well. They will soon come to regret their decision. I've already asked around. In another 5 days, we can reach Red Rock City. Once we're there, Yu Zhong will be useless. With our abilities, who wouldn't want us? Before then, we can just hide behind him, let him block the attacks for us. Zhang Lu, he licked his lips with a lustful gaze. What a pity about that Forana. If only I can fuck her once. Both sides separated and continued on the journey. As this tribe of vagabonds continued to walk, Yu Zhong came across a few more streams, but they were all irradiated with at least level 5 contamination. Level 4 ones were rare. After 5 arduous days, the buildings of Red Rock City slowly came into view. The wall around Red Rock City was about 20 m high, made of some strange black rock. Every 20 m along the top of the wall, there was a 12.7mm machine gun pointed down. At the same time, there were moats around the wall. If one wanted to attack the city, the moats provided a tough defense. There were about 20 guards at the entrance of the city. Vehicles and people were entering and exiting the city in droves. There was some sort of an electronic device like a door, and everyone had to go through that. Ifan looked at the entrance and told Yu Zhong, that is Red Rock City. The electronic gate can test if a person is a mutant. Yu Zhong looked at the gate and nodded slightly, taking Forana and the rest towards the gate. Since there were no mutants among them, they entered the city easily. Once Yu Zhong entered the city, he noticed huge crowds walking by on the streets, many of them carrying a hint of killing intent. At the same time, they had all sorts of firearms. When Yu Zhong's group entered, many gazes fell upon them. Noticing the sniper rifle on Yu Zhong's back, their hearts turned cold, and when their gazes fell on Forana and Xiaolan, they flashed with envy and greed. Right at this time, 5 men in black uniform came walking from the center of the city, saw Forana, and their eyes brightened as they came walking over. One of them had a gold star on his collar. He took a single look at Forana, and his eyes flashed with lust. He spoke with an arrogant tone. This woman is not bad. I've my eyes on her. Give a price. Those who have nothing to do better scram. Another one who had a similar star saw Dina and pointed. I want this one. Give a price. When Ifan saw these 5 men in black uniforms, his countenance turned pale as he quickly brought his people away from the scene. Zhang Lu, Yi, and the rest also sneaked off, hiding in one corner to watch the commotion. The worse off Yu Zhong was, the happier they felt. When Yu Zhong heard those words, his face turned dark. He was used to being the single entity no one dared to offend in the Central Plains for very long. If it had been outside, he would have swung his blade to decapitate the 2 of them. However, since they were outsiders in this Red Rock City, he was still unsure of this world, and this caused him to be more cautious. He retorted coldly, They're my women, not selling. Get lost, don't block the way. The one who had fancied Forana immediately grinned savagely, waving his hands. Your women? Good, good. A piece of trash like you actually don't want face when given it. This young master, Feynman actually wants to pay. It's your fucking honor. Since you don't want it, then I, your young master, shall fuck them in front of you and cut off your meat to feed the dogs. Capture them. Fei Nan, that woman is not bad. Let's do her together. Huh, let's do all three of us. I'll be at the bottom. This boy's not too bad. I'll pick him. Lan Nuo, you're disgusting. You like guys. Huh. The five of them laughed out brazenly, and with a flash, they charged towards Yu Zhong with a speed 6 times that of normal humans. Seeking death. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he reached out to grab one of them by the head. When the unfortunate guy was confronted by the sudden hand, he was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such fast movements. After grabbing him, Yu Zhong flung him to one side, causing the man in his hands to knock into another violently. The two men spat blood out upon impact and rolled to one side. Having taken down two in 1 second, he lashed out with his feet, kicking another, causing that guy to soar a few dozen meters into his friend. Both of them doubled over spewing blood. Fei Nan looked at Yu Zhong in horror as he retreated a few steps. Divine warrior. No, you don't have an imprint. You're not one of them. Fei Nan and the rest were Type 1 divine warriors and were already strong existences that don't need guns. However, being taken down and defeated by Yu Zhong in merely 2 attacks caused him to be filled with fear. Fei Nan immediately hollered out loud, "I'm Fei Nan, the small captain of the direct guards of Red Rock City. If you dare touch a hair of mine, Red Rock City would definitely not let you off." Fei Nan did not know where Yu Zhong came from, hence he decided to use Red Rock City to pressure him. Yu Zhong's gaze was cold as he pulled out a double-barrel shotgun and placed it by Fei Nan's head, barking, "Kneel." Fei Nan was so frightened by Yu Zhong that he instantly broke out in cold sweat as his knees buckled. He was extremely clear on the might of this weapon. With a single shot, his entire brain would be splattered all over the ground. Yu Zhong watched him kneel before coldly barking, "Scram." Fei Nan's face fell before he gritted his teeth and fled pathetically. Yu Zhong took one look at the city before turning around to head off. "Let's go." If it wasn't for looking out for Forana and the rest, Yu Zhong would have long since fired at Fei Nan. Forana, Xiao Lan, and the rest followed him swiftly as they headed out of the city. Half an hour later, a troop of 36 people dressed in black uniform came rushing out of the city center. The leader, who was blond and handsome, with 2 stars on his collar, looked at the 4 men on the floor, and his expression turned dark. "Where's that person?" One of them groaned in pain. "Captain Franth, they went out of the city." Franth's face turned darker. "Count themselves lucky. They dare hit people of our Red Rock City. They truly don't know death. The next time I see him, I'll chop off his legs and throw him in a cauldron." Franth continued to ask, "What's his background?" All of them exchanged gazes. At this time, Zhang Lu, Yi, and the other 5 enhancers came out from their spots, smiling. "Excuse me, are you looking for the perpetrator from earlier? I know where they came from." Franth shot them a look of contempt, although he broke into a smile barely a moment later. "Good. I'm Franth. Come with me. As long as you can tell me what I want to know, I'll reward you." Zhang Lu, Yi, and the rest rejoiced as they followed Franth. Yes. Yu Zhong brought Forana, and the rest left Red Rock City, hiding within a small hill a distance away. After leaving behind white bones and enough food and water, he went back towards Red Rock City. Within the city, there was vital information and resources Yu Zhong needed. He had to go back once more. Yu Zhong had studied the art of disguise, and since the security at the gate wasn't heavy, he managed to slip in easily. Chapter 717, Sacred Clan. Chapter 717, Sacred Clan. In the center of Red Rock City, there was a majestic castle that looked medieval. In one of the rooms, 8 men were seated at a long table, while on the table, there was a 16-year-old girl who was stark naked and extremely beautiful, kept locked in a cage. The black-haired girl looked around fearfully at the crazed gazes of the 8 men, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her tears fell as she wondered what her fate was. One blond man whose hair fell to his waist was wearing a suit. His good looks were accentuated by a haughty expression, while he held a glass of wine in his hands. He smiled and spoke, "Everyone help yourselves. This is the prettiest girl of the Chong Wei all-girls school. I have nurtured her according to everybody's desire. She's learned, dignified, have never touched a male before. She has drunk only the cleanest of water, and her food has never been radiated. Her taste cannot be more perfect. A burly man went close to the cage, taking a whiff of the girl, his eyes lighting up with delight. Truly a magnificent specimen. There's no smell of mutation, nor radiation. Good, good, good. Annette, I want to eat her heart. The hearts of such top-quality products are the best. The moment the girl heard those words, she began to shake even harder, her eyes flashing with despair, and tears flowed down constantly. A man with yellow skin and dark hair, his face full of scars, spoke up impatiently. Knight, why aren't you killing her already? If she shits now due to fear, then it's going to kill my appetite. Quickly kill her. I want her breasts. Those are the most delicious. Knight chuckled and shook her head. Luther, you're still as anxious as ever. Such a tasty product has to be kept frightened for as long as possible before killing. I'll forget it. I'll satisfy your craving now. After that, Knight's face flashed with a savage and vicious look, his right hand extending to form a sharp blade-like claw. He thrust out violently, piercing the heart of the girl before pulling it out. Having lost her heart, the girl twitched slightly as her eyes dimmed, her life ebbing away. Knight smiled savagely as he brought the heart to his mouth and took a huge bite, splattering his face with blood. Annette looked at Knight and chuckled before pointing at the dead girl. With a sharp wind, the girl was chopped up in 8 parts and separated onto the men's plates. Knight finished the heart before asking, Annette, you actually brought out such a quality product to summon us. There must be something you want. Annette had a grave look as he replied, The gates of hell have appeared. Our sacred clan is in dire straits now. This war has been foretold 1,000 years ago. Once the gates open, our red star will come into contact with this other planet called Earth. Our sacred clan has to wipe out the humans from Earth within 20 years and gain control over their god and devil system. Otherwise, our world will crumble, and all of the sacred clan will cease to exist. Hearing his words, the rest who were midway through their meal turned solemn. It was depressing to be foretold that their clan would perish. Even ants cherished life, not to mention higher beings with intelligence like them. Luther spoke darkly. Annette, we all know what you speak of. However, even though the gates of hell have opened, there is still a year to go before the 2 planets overlap. The war will only kick in a year from now. What does that have to do with you calling us here? The ancestor has already gained a decree from the gods that there are already humans amongst our midst. They're the seeds of hope that possess powerful imprints from the god and devil system. Once they obtain the information and technology of our world, they will become the largest obstacles to our plans to swallow Earth. One of them is 80% likely already within our Red Rock City. Annette chuckled while sweeping his gaze. Humans are weak. They're only worthy of being our food. However, there are exceptional existences among them. Those with the god and devil imprint could come to our world. They're definitely not simple. While it might be easy to defeat the other party, to truly vanquish the seed of hope, it would be difficult. That's why I have invited everyone in the hopes that you guys can lend a hand. Once we eliminate these seeds of hope, the great ancestor would not hold back on his rewards. Knight pondered for a moment as he held up the bloodied head of the beauty and shook it at Annette. Annette, you crafty, stinky fox. Just a single human, and you actually summoned all of us. We're 8 type, 3 divine warriors for goodness sake. We can even deal with the human leaders of the resistance. Just a single human seed of hope. How difficult could it possibly be? I can help you, but you must provide such beautiful meat for me every day. Annette chuckled, sure. The rest of the 6 divine warriors also nodded towards Annette before digging into their meal. Yuzhong was unaware of this cruel scene going on in the center of Red Rock City as he continued quietly along one of the streets. There were huge crowds of humans that could be seen everywhere. However, every single one of them had savage expressions, many of them were carrying guns, and almost everyone was eyeing everyone else with wariness and animosity. Pung, pung. All of a sudden, there were two loud gun sounds, and the human crowd became agitated, diving for cover. The small roadside vendors also quickly retreated within their establishments. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction of the gunshots, noticing two strong men already lying in pools of their own blood. There was a hole in each of their heads. Apparently, they had been taken out by a sniper. After a few minutes, there were no more gunshots, and 3 or 4 humans began to creep out from some dark alley, dragging the corpses of the men back with them. When Yu Zhong saw this, his eyes flashed with a strange glint. He had already gotten this information from Ifan before entering the city. This Red Rock City was a castle, a dark place full of depravity. Assassination, rape, cannibalism, robbery were all too common. There were people being killed every day before being sent to a slaughterhouse to be sold. Only the strong could survive here, while the weak became food for the strong. As long as you were strong and did not offend the master of the city, you could do what they want, as long as you possessed the necessary strength to deal with any repercussions. However, such disorder and chaos were only present in the outer parts of the city. Within the inner parts, there were law and order. Offenders could be rounded up and sent to prison to await judgment. The inner city was where the upper caste of society resided in. Ifan and his tribe were considered lower caste and could never enter the inner city. Whatever went on, and it was based on what other people said. Yu Zhong wandered about the streets for a while before entering a grocery store. When he entered it, he immediately saw many melee weapons and leather hides. There were also other miscellaneous products meant to help with survival out in the wild. The boss of the shop was quietly polishing the double-barrel shotgun in his hands and shot Yu Zhong a cold glare. Yu Zhong looked at the store owner and could feel a strong killing intent from him. He could tell that the other party was also a strong warrior. The store owner continued to stare at Yu Zhong without the intention of attending to him. There was no sign of him intending to do business. Yu Zhong took out the Type 3 mutant crystal horn and spoke. "I want to sell. Do you accept this?" The store owner took a single look, and his eyes brightened up. 50,000 eagle yuan. The corners of Yu Zhong's lips lifted in a mocking smile. 100,000 eagle yuan, no bargain. If you don't want it, I can take it somewhere else. The owner had a look of fury as he stared straight at Yu Zhong. He gripped his shotgun tightly. He might be a businessman now, but he wasn't above committing robbery. Yu Zhong chuckled indifferently and pulled out the flame blade to swing towards the side. The owner immediately retracted his gaze as he gave in. "All right, 100,000 eagle yuan. Wait a minute." Not long after, the owner reappeared with a small hand-carried chest full of eagle yuans inside and handed it to Yu Zhong. The owner looked at Yu Zhong and said, "Would you like a shot? I have a Type 2 drug. Only $9,000. I can promise its effectiveness." In this world, drugs and medicine had taken great leaps, and the evolution effect had been researched. There were 4 levels of the evolution drug. Type 1 evolution drug could allow a person to become stronger by a stage. A Type 2 could allow a person to become 4 times as powerful. Type 3 allows 8 times enhancement, while a Type 4 could strengthen a person by 16 times. Many soldiers, in order to become strong, would work hard to earn the money and rely on such substances to enhance their constitution. These drugs were expensive. A Type 1 cost 5,000, a Type 2 10,000, a Type 3 100,000, while a Type 4 would cost 1 million. Chapter 718, Lisa. Chapter 718, Lisa. Yu Zhong replied solemnly, "I want 5 of them." The store owner rummaged through his desk before bringing out a chest with tender care. When Yu Zhong opened up the box, he saw 5 vials and 5 syringes laid out neatly within. On Earth, Yu Zhong also had a fully functional research lab, together with Ming, that extremely gifted scientist. As long as he had the product, he could reverse engineer it. Yu Zhong closed it before continuing, "Do you have any Type 3s? The store owner shook his head. "I only have Type 2s here. You'll have to head to the Medicine Association to get Type 3s. The Medicine Association was the supergroup of medical knowledge and products in this world. The evolving drugs were also researched and produced by them. One could only purchase the higher-grade drugs there. Since a single Type 3 drug could cost 100,000, not many could afford it. Yuzhong left after obtaining what he wanted. The moment he left, he felt a number of gazes with ill intent on him. He chuckled coldly when he felt those gazes, continuing on his way. All of a sudden, a man came dashing out from a dark corner. Seeking death, Yuzhong's pupils narrowed as he noticed a dagger hidden within the clothes of the assailant. A killing intent arose in his heart as he grabbed onto the wrist of the man, pushing strongly against him. The man's own blade was forced into his own heart. Yuzhong's speed was incredibly fast. Before the man could react, his heart was already penetrated and he slumped to the ground. There was shock and hate in his gaze as his life ebbed away. After killing that man, Yuzhong turned around to sweep his cold gaze towards those who had ill intentions. Immediately, they retracted their gazes, not daring to look at Yuzhong. He snorted coldly and went on his way. The moment he left, two shadows leaped out from the dark alleyway, dragging the corpse of the unfortunate assailant with greed in their eyes. Yuzhong pushed the door of a bar and was immediately assaulted by the smell of a strong mixture of smoke and liquor. A number of warriors with powerful builds and strong killing intent were seated in one corner, hugging a prostitute with thick makeup as they drank and ate meat loudly, roaring with laughter. The atmosphere within the bar was loud and exciting as men and women danced on the floor, gyrating their bodies against one another. In various corners, there were even some soldiers getting it on with prostitutes with gusto. On another stage, a few sexy and alluring women were wrapping themselves around poles as they performed a striptease, leading the men watching below to whistle and roar with excitement. There was a strong sense of lust, drugs, chaos, and depravity in the bar. Yuzhong frowned the moment he went in. It was unsettling. He was unused to such places and seldom drank, because he preferred to keep his head clear. In such a dangerous world, if he was not careful, he might die. He didn't want to lose his head just because he got drunk. When he entered, he didn't draw much attention. He made his way straight to the bar and spoke. "Give me a glass of grade 0 clean water." The moment those words came out, all the mercenaries and sensual prostitutes stopped what they were doing and stared at Yuzhong. A glass of pure and clean water was worth 1,000 yuan. Such a price was what a good-looking prostitute could earn only by selling her body for 5 days. No one ever ordered such a glass before in this bar. They would only indulge in irradiated beer and malt beer. The bartender's gaze flashed as he replied, "Guest, a single glass of pure water costs 1,000. Because of that, we must receive payment first." Yuzhong whisked out a thick stack of notes and spoke indifferently. "Is this enough?" The bar immediately grabbed 10 notes and went to retrieve the water. "Enough. Enough." A beautiful woman with a head of silver hair and a voluptuous body immediately came up to Yuzhong and smiled coyly. "Hi, handsome. Aren't you going to treat me to a drink?" Yuzhong glanced at her and chuckled, pushing a stack of eagle yuan in front of her. "Good. I have questions as long as your answers satisfy me. This is yours. You may drink whatever you want to drink." His motive for coming here wasn't to seek pleasure in vices. He needed someone to provide him with intelligence. Ivan wasn't clear on it, since he was a vagabond and only knew general stuff. He needed a complete picture before he could plan his next move. The woman looked at Yuzhong with a strange gaze and quickly stuffed the cash in her little bag, before smiling at Yuzhong. "No problem. I'll definitely make you satisfied." "All right, my name is Lisa." Yuzhong chuckled. "My name is Yuzhong." Right at this time, 4 burly soldiers came up to Yuzhong. One of them had a huge mustache, and he had a lustful look when he saw Lisa. He walked up to Yuzhong and snarled, "Damn kid, you better scram the fuck out of here, otherwise your father I'm going to flatten your balls." Lisa took a look and immediately warned Yuzhong. "Yuzhong, he's Agassi, the leader of the Silver Wolves mercenaries. He's equivalent to a Type 1 divine warrior. He had once single-handedly killed 20 people who had surrounded him. Agassi grabbed a bunch of eagle yuan in an arrogant and domineering manner as he threw at Lisa. Kid, Lisa isn't someone to trash like you should touch. Lisa, I've my eyes on you. Today, your father, I'm going to fuck you. This money should be enough. The note spread out in the air and floated down around Lisa. When the rest of the women saw the rain of money, they all gasped, eyes filled with hope. There were easily a few thousand and 100 bills, and it was half a month's earnings for those of them who had good looks. Lisa looked at the cash, and her expression turned pale. Her eyes dimmed as she became a loss. Yu Zhong stared coldly at Agassi and barked, "Scram!" Agassi laughed savagely as he pulled out a dagger from his waist, his eyes crazed as he thrust at Yu Zhong. "Did you hear that? This little fucker actually told me to scram. Huh, what a stupid fool. No one has spoken to me like that for fucking long. The last time someone did that, he was dismembered and left on top of a car to be scorched under the sun for 3 days. Today, your father, I shall castrate you and turn you into a toilet bowl." The moment he moved, all the mercenaries stared at Yu Zhong gloatingly. They were all people who thrived in chaos and disorder. The more violence and blood there was, the more excited they became. Yu Zhong glanced at Agassi coldly, his hand pulling out his stinger swiftly and pointed it at his head. Agassi saw the gun suddenly pointed at his head without any warning, and he felt a sense of fear, a premonition of death, so strong that he almost screamed out. Pump! Following a terrifying gunshot, Agassi's head exploded like a watermelon, as red and white matter splattered behind. Seeing Agassi's head blown off, the entire bar turned deathly quiet. Everyone was filled with shock. No one had caught Yu Zhong's actions. All they saw was Agassi pulling out his knife towards Yu Zhong's waist, and the next instant his head was blown off. The moment Agassi was killed, his 3 henchmen reacted differently. One immediately fled out. One stood there, horrified, not moving. The last one reached into his own chest. Punk, punk, lightly firing twice. 2 of them were instantly killed, leaving only the one who had stayed stunned. When Yu Zhong's gaze turned to the last remaining henchman, the guy immediately kneeled down and began begging, "Sir, spare me. Spare me. I don't want to die. I'm Rooney. I'm willing to do anything for you. Please spare me." Yu Zhong looked at Rooney and replied mildly, "All right, I'll spare you." Rooney immediately kowtowed profusely. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Lisa saw all these and had a strange look in her eyes. Quang Lang. Following the shattering of glass, 6 men in black uniform dashed in, 1 golden star pinned on their collars. The leader's gaze swept onto Lisa and coldly barked, "You are Lisa? Not bad, come with us." The moment they appeared, all the mercenaries quickly darted to one corner, not willing to get close to them. The guards of the city were the strongest authority, and these mercenaries knew that nothing would happen to them, even if they killed the mercenaries. However, the reverse was different. The mercenaries would be hunted down and killed should they attempt to attack them. Chapter 719, Rebel Army. Chapter 719, Rebel Army. The alluring Lisa looked at the 6 city guards, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. She pulled out 2 handguns from her beautiful legs with practiced ease and fired shots at them. "Stinking bitch, you dare to attack us. Seeking death." The leader of the guards laughed coldly, and with a flicker of his wrist, a small shield about the size of a palm appeared in his hands, which radiated a layer of light, enveloping the rest. The bullets landed on the shield and deflected off, not causing any damage. The leader of the guards then swept a cold look around the bar, ordering, "A bunch of lowly shits. Since she dared to attack us, other than capturing Lisa alive, kill the rest of them." "Yes, Captain Red." The 5 guards responded in unison before pulling out powerful machine guns from their black uniforms and pointed it at the rest of the people in the bar. The next instant, the powerful gun erupted in a flurry of bullets, sweeping across the entire bar. The mercenaries and prostitutes fell amidst screams and groans, their bodies ripped and shredded. The bar was soon shrouded in blood and bullets. There was no way to dodge the bullets. Even if one went behind the counters or sofas to hide, they would be torn after a few seconds under that fearsome fire. "We're innocent. Why are you doing this?" Some of the mercenaries roared out, but the city guards had no intentions of responding. They just continued to operate their machine guns, tearing those unfortunate victims apart. One mercenary had a savage look as he roared out, "Kill them. Everyone, attack together. As long as we kill them, we have a chance to live." The city guard looked at that mercenary with a gaze, as though he was looking at trash, before pointing the gun at him. "Just based on you trash? Go to hell." With a burst of fire, the mercenary had his upper torso instantly shredded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. As Yu Zhong watched the gruesome carnage, his eyes flashed with a look. These guys are truly too vicious. It was the first time he had come across such unreasonable characters. The 6 guards bore an attitude of viewing other lives as ants. However, their combat prowess was truly strong. Just based on their machine guns, they quickly slaughtered half the people in the bar. Corpses could be seen strewn all across the floor. There were over 60 mercenaries in the bar. However, within half a minute, they were already slaughtered, without even the chance to resist. The entire bar was like hell, with dead bodies and blood everywhere. The leader swept a cold glance across the bar, giving an order indifferently. "Go grab Lisa. Kill that man." "Yes." 2 of the guards flashed forward with a speed of 8 times a human towards Yu Zhong and Lisa. Yu Zhong's eyes flickered as he retreated a few steps, looking at Lisa. He had come to the conclusion that this beauty was not simple. Lisa pulled out another 2 handguns and fired as she retreated. Her accuracy was incredible, and although the 2 guards were fast, they were hit by some bullets. However, with a flick of the black uniforms on them, the bullets dropped to the ground. Such powerful defense vests? This world's technology is not crude at all. Yu Zhong's gaze retracted, and he could tell that the city guards had more advanced equipment than Earth. It seemed as though their technology was far ahead of Earth. One of the guards approached Yu Zhong in a gust of wind, before slashing out with a blade towards his heart. Yu Zhong chuckled with self-deprecation, pulling out his stinger and pointed at the city guard's head. "I seem to have become some side character to be targeted by some trash." Punk! With a loud gunshot, the city guard's head burst open like a watermelon, the contents splattering all over the ground. Seeing this, everyone's turned pale with shock. While these city guards were the weakest of the entire city guard population, every one of them had strong combat strength. The weakest of them could easily overpower any character from the outer parts of Red Rock City. However, one was actually slaughtered within a second by Yu Zhong. Everyone was beyond shock. The other guard reached into his chest pocket in shock. "Evan, you trash. You actually killed Evan. I want you dead and fed to the dogs." Yu Zhong did not even spare him a glance, just raising his stinger and firing once. Punk! The guard's head also burst open like a watermelon. Rooney looked at Yu Zhong, his eyes filled with fear and respect. Strong. Strong. This man is like a demon. Rooney had just followed behind Yu Zhong and Lisa, and that was how he had escaped the earlier slaughter. The leader of the city guard saw how Yu Zhong had killed his men with ease, and he bellowed with rage. Raising his gun towards Yu Zhong, he roared, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Looking to die, Yu Zhong chortled coldly, and his body flashed, his speed bursting out, and in a flash he had appeared in the middle of the 4 city guards. He swung his flame blade, decapitating 3 of the guards easily. Their heads fell down easily, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Having killed 3 of them easily, Yu Zhong stopped right at the edge of the leader's neck, coldly saying, "Put down your weapon. Fast!" The countenance of the leader fell. He had just raised his 6-barrel machine gun when his neck was already compromised. He threw down his weapon helplessly. "Sir, I'm the captain of the 8th City Guard of Red Rock City. My name is Red. We are just the weakest unit of Red Rock City. If you were to kill me, Red Rock City would not let you off. If you submit to us, I can try to seek for your pardon." With your strength, you could gain recognition of the upper echelons. Join us and move to the inner city. There's clean water, great food, and beautiful women there. Red pointed to Lisa and continued. This woman, Lisa, is part of the resistance and one of the important targets. If you were to help her, you've become our enemy. You will not gain clean water nor food and will be forced to roam outside, under the radiation, with no clear future, and might even be forced to mutate further, in the end, turning into a mindless mutant. Is it a life you want? Yu Zhong had already spent some time outside. In the wilderness, there was only desolation everywhere, with savages, vagabonds, mutants, and little food. Almost all water sources were contaminated and could not be drunk. It was truly a harsh place. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong was not willing to stay out too long. Red's words were truly enticing for the residents of this world. Yu Zhong looked at Lisa, a meaningful look in his eyes, resistance force interesting. Lisa looked at Yu Zhong with a moved expression, saying loudly, Yu Zhong, don't be misled by him. Once you enter the inner city, you can truly gain clean water, delicious food, and beautiful women. However, you'll also become the dogs of those human-eating demons. You'll become their tool for killing us, humans. In the eyes of those demons, we're just livestock to be reared and consumed. They kill whoever they want and eat whenever they like. If you stay in the inner city, sooner or later, you or your loved one will be consumed by those demons. When Yu Zhong heard this, his face turned dark. Human-eating demons. Were those? Red's face contorted as he hurriedly shouted, Shut up! Don't you dare desecrate the glorious Saint clan. It's because of them that we lowly humans get to survive in this cruel world. They taught us knowledge and helped us clean the water, and even gave us food. We should be thankful and glorify them. You despicable resistance should just die. It's because of you guys that our esteemed Saint clan is misunderstood. Honk, honk, honk. At this time, there were sudden loud explosions in the city before dense gunshots rang out. Although I don't know who's right or wrong, however, since you dare point your gun at me, you should pay with your life. The flame blade in Yu Zhong's hands shuddered, and Red's head was sliced off cleanly, while his neck spurted with blood. Yu Zhong kept all their equipment into a storage ring before turning towards Lisa. Those explosions must be caused by your people. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lisa's face was now devoid of any sultriness or coyness. Instead, she flicked her robes and tore her dress in half, revealing her beautiful legs. She then readied her guns as she stepped out. The resistance force? Yu Zhong's flashed, and he turned to Rooney, saying, Go get a gun and come with me. Rooney shuddered and hurried to find 2 rifles and a few magazines before he followed behind Yu Zhong obediently. Chapter 720. Type RH-2 Main Battle Robot. Chapter 720. Type RH-2 Main Battle Robot. Honk, honk. The loud explosions continued to rock and resound throughout Red Rock City. Yu Zhong rushed out and quickly caught up with Lisa. Do you need my help? Lisa looked at Yu Zhong. Her expression changed as she was caught in a dilemma. I'm from the Resistance. Just as Red said, once you're linked to us, then your life will be entangled in pursuit and evading capture. Many times we might have to hide out in the wilderness, drinking irradiated water, having insufficient food. We even have to fight with mutants, savages, and other hunters. If we're not careful, our lives will be forfeit. Yu Zhong chuckled indifferently. I don't really care. I just want to know what those human-eating demons are. For the sake of that information, I'm willing to help you. However, in exchange, you must provide all information that you know. If it were to be an entire life out in the wilderness of this world, drinking irradiated water, not having enough food, and to fight constantly, it would truly be a nightmare. However, Yu Zhong just had to survive for a year before he was sent back to Earth. He was naturally not bothered by such a possibility. In fact, he was interested in the power struggle of this world. Lisa pondered a while before smiling. Fine. Deal. With Yu Zhong's strength, Killing 6 city guards with ease, having his help would prove to be an asset. Lisa would definitely not turn him down. What is that? Yu Zhong looked into the distance, and his eyes widened in shock. In the distance, there was a huge robot of about 5 m, its entire body black in color, with 4 human-like limbs. Beside the huge robot, among those streets and alleys, a few hundred city guards were wielding laser guns and rocket launchers, firing at the robot with all they had. The robot only wielded a large laser cannon, while its body was covered entirely with 25mm laser cannons, as it fired continuously at its surroundings. The firepower of the huge robot seemed to tear the defense of the city guards into smithereens, destroying the buildings and humans alike. Lisa stared at the huge robot with a complicated gaze as she gritted her teeth. That's the Type RH-2 main battle robot of the Saint Clan. It's also the strongest machine that can slaughter our resistance fighters. Over 200,000 of our resistance members had fallen at the hands of this robot. It's our current main target. We need to bring it back to our base. Only then, we can catch up to the Saint Clan in strength. While the hundreds of city guards were being pulverized by the robots, their attack was not weak as well. Under their crazy assault, many parts of the robot were being destroyed as wounds and damages started to appear. If it went on like this, the Type RH-2 main battle robot would definitely be destroyed by the city guards. At this time, hundreds of soldiers appeared, decked in tattered clothes and carrying various weapons. They began to engage the city guards in battle, taking them down one by one. The moment those resistance fighters appeared, the city guards were forced to divert their firepower towards them, leaving a breather for the RH-2 robot, which quickly made its way towards the gates of Red Rock City. Yu Zhong stared at the distance. How many of these does Red Rock City possess? If the city had over 10 of this, Yu Zhong could only choose to retreat. Lisa flicked her silver hair away from her face, her expression solemn. The exact numbers are unclear, but there should only be about 8 of them. The RH-2 robot was something that the Saint Clan produced only recently. It requires a lot of steel and advanced materials. Such an advanced weapon requires a lot of capacity to manufacture. Red Rock City is considered a mid-tier city and isn't that important as a strategic place. In such a city, there would usually be at most 5 to 8 of such robots. Is the RH-2 capable of flight? Nope. The Saint Clan had invented robots with flight before. However, the consumption was too large and could not even outperform other fighting robots. Hence, it was discontinued. 8 of them, yeah? Now there are 2 of them heading over here. Lisa, where is the pilot's seat of these robots? Yu Zhong looked towards the central government, noticing 2 RH-2s charging over towards them. Behind those RH-2s, there were hundreds of more city guards running as well, carrying laser guns and rocket launchers. Some are riding various vehicles. Compared to the vagabonds outside, the capabilities and technology of the people within the city were vastly different. It was practically heaven and earth. One side was so much more advanced than Earth. The other was similar to the medieval ages. Lisa saw the elite troops charging over, and her face turned pale as she pleaded, "Damn it, we need to stop them. If their reinforcements arrive, the sacrifice of our comrades will be in vain. Yu Zhong, please help." Lisa was also a stubborn and strong woman. However, thinking about her comrades who had fought to secure that single RH-2, and how it might all be in vain, she could not maintain her strong front. Yu Zhong frowned and asked once more, "Where are the pilot seats of these RH-2s?" "About 1 in below their head and neck." "Great. Wait for my news." Yu Zhong laughed lightly and grabbed a 6-barrel machine gun, charging towards one of the Red Rock City reinforcement troops. In a flash, Yu Zhong had appeared in front of them. He raised the weapon and began firing at the troops. The 6-barrel machine gun exploded out as a terrifying rain of bullets enveloped the mechanized infantry unit. The various armored vehicles, motorcycles, gun-mounted vehicles were all blasted full of holes. The soldiers within were also ripped to shreds. Only the alloy hull of the RH-2 could withstand the defense of the machine guns, as the bullets only caused slight dents in the armor. There was a flash of the electronic eyes of the robots, as machine guns appeared from their bodies, firing madly at Yuzhong. A single RH-2 could fit about 10 cannons within them. 2 of them meant 20 cannons were firing at Yuzhong, controlled by computers. There was no blind spot, nor room for error. As long as the shots landed, even Yuzhong would be riddled with holes. The moment those guns appeared, Yuzhong had already activated his shadow steps, his speed pushed to the maximum. With a flash, he leaped into a shop. The next instant, the rain of bullets came pouring down on the shop, the might of the rounds and explosives tearing the entire shop apart, coupled with 2 large beams of laser that pierced right through the shop front. Lisa stared at the shop, her heart in her mouth. Will he be all right? Although there was no relationship prior between them, Yuzhong's decision to help the resistance caused her to be concerned about him. As the reinforcements were searching for Yuzhong, a transparent spider web shot towards the head and neck area of one of the RH-2. As it retracted, Yuzhong was swiftly pulled towards the body of the RH-2. The moment he leaped onto it, he pulled out his flame blade and thrust it down through the armor of the RH-2. The Type 4 mutant Flamebird's claw was truly sharp. With Yuzhong's strength of 13 times a human, it easily pierced through the armor, revealing the cockpit of the RH-2. Yuzhong saw a man with a helmet and tight clothes sitting within. He leaped inside and used his spider silk to wrap around the pilot. Tugging strongly, he threw the pilot aside and quickly wore the helmet. The moment he put on the helmet that linked his consciousness to the robot, a flurry of messages bombarded his mind. They were all in Chinese and other runes. Other than the Chinese words, there were the option of using it in English, Russian, French, Japanese, and other Earth languages. From the messages, Yuzhong quickly gained an understanding of how to control the robot. It could be said that the helmet was the crux of piloting the robot. After donning the helmet, the messages traveled to his brain, and he found his consciousness projected into the robot, allowing him to see whatever the robot saw. This technology is too advanced. Fortunately, I've learned vehicle manipulation before. Otherwise, today would have been troublesome. Yuzhong could feel the sensation of being a robot, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. He controlled the RH-2 to aim at the cockpit of the other RH-2 and fired. A laser beam shot directly through the cockpit of the other RH-2, piercing the pilot, turning him into vapor. When everyone saw this, the whole battlefield was stunned. Chapter 721, Fleeing Red Rock City. Chapter 721, Fleeing Red Rock City. Atop that huge robot body, various flaps had been opened, with numerous firearms raised and readied. Targets appeared in the form of information that was sent through the helmet into Yuzhong's brain. With a single thought, the cannons automatically adjusted the target locking system onto those he deemed enemies. At the next instant, the firearms unleashed a carnage that rained down on the nearby city guards who were caught unaware. Under such a terrifying barrage of bullets, further enhanced by the locking mechanism of the RH-2, almost none of the city guards managed to evade. In 10 seconds, the firing stopped, and there was no one left alive near the RH-2 piloted by Yuzhong. Yuzhong surveyed the surroundings through the visor of the robot, and he was thoroughly shocked. Powerful. This RH-2 is truly something else. What a terrifying combat machine. The RH-2 robot had an artificial intelligence installed, together with the 30,000 types of sensors on it. As long as one gave the right order, there wasn't much control required. The robot could deal with the situation and make the right judgment according to the receptors. Earlier, Yuzhong gave the order to vanquish all enemies, and the artificial intelligence automatically took over and aimed for those Yuzhong deemed enemies. Lisa watched Yuzhong control the RH-2 so easily, her eyes filled with shock. What in the world? He could actually control it this easily. Who is this person? There is no doubt about the capabilities of the RH-2. However, in order to maximize its potential, not everybody could accomplish it. The artificial intelligence of the robot could process a large amount of information, but likewise, there could be too much information sent through the helmet. Together with the incredibly quick movements and controls of the RH-2, it could pose a huge burden and stress on the pilot. To pilot one smoothly, one needed a strong constitution and an exceptional. Neither could be lacking. An ordinary pilot could only exhibit 10% or 20% of the full RH-2, whereas Yu Zhong had wiped out over 100 city guards in a blink of an eye. This was about 70% or 80% of what the RH-2 was capable of. Even the most outstanding of pilots from the Resistance would only be able to exhibit 50% or 60% of the RH-2. This was naturally shocking to Lisa. What a pity! Yu Zhong looked to the corpses of the city guards, and his eyes flashed with regret before controlling the RH-2 to run towards the distance. Get on! As he passed Lisa and Rooney, he reached out with his robot hand. Lisa and Rooney quickly jumped up. The 8 thrusters of the RH-2 roared alive with the powerful winds blowing around it. Its speed became faster and rushed out of Red Rock City in a flash. Not long after that, a troop arrived at the scene, consisting of 50 black uniformed soldiers with 1 star, 20 with 2 stars, led by one with 3 stars. The leader with the 3 stars had a 3M sword strapped to his back. He had a cigarette in his mouth with his brows furrowed. Did they escape? Who spoiled our plan? According to our plan, the Resistance should have been wiped out here. I should be enjoying the innards of the Resistance leader Lisa. His eyes flashed with a savage look as he suddenly whisked out his sword and pierced it into the heart of one 1-star soldier beside him. He dug it out and bit down on it, while growling, "That damn human trash dare to foil my plans. I must have his head cleaved open, with hot oil poured on it. And while he's suffering, I will eat him alive." Seeing that gruesome scene, fear flashed in the eyes of the 1-star soldiers, yet none of them dared to make a move. The moment they showed any displeasure, they were sure to end up as food for the Saint Clan. One particular male, with shifty eyes, face full of pimples, a head of golden spiky hair, and a thick, golden necklace, came up to the leader with an excited smile. "Don't be hasty, Santana. The more our prey struggle, the more delicious they would be. Such thrill of the hunt. If we can vanquish their hope at the moment when they start to believe there's hope, it would be such a delight to watch their dreams crumble. This time, those who died are just some lowly humans. Even if they died, it wouldn't mean much. Though it's a pity about the 3 RH-2s. However, we'll let Annette deal with that." Santana licked his lips as he laughed out grimly. "Jack, you're still as sick. Let me warn you, Lisa is my prey. You can't kill her. The rest can be up to you. Otherwise, I'll tear off your head." Jack revealed a sinister smile. "Fine. However, Aloya is my prey. You can't kill her. Otherwise, I'll dig your heart out to feed the dogs." Santana snorted coldly. However, he had no intention of arguing further. Santana and Jack were both experts of the Saint Clan. Both of them had no confidence in overcoming the other. They did not want to go all out just because of a silly dispute as well. The people of the Saint Clan might possess terrifying power, but they were likewise as prone to violence and slaughter. Thus, there would be frequent clashes between members of the Saint Clan. Yu Zhong brought Lisa and Rooney toward a small hill before placing them down. With a thought, the cockpit opened up, and he grabbed the corpse of the original pilot and leaped down. Yu Zhong threw the body aside before asking Lisa, "According to our agreement, I've helped you eliminate a part of Red Rock City's firepower. Are you able to provide any intelligence now?" Lisa looked at him coyly while twirling her long, silvery hair. "Shoot." Yu Zhong asked, "What is the Saint Clan? Are they humans at all?" "Saint Clan. They could be considered humans, yet not humans. The Saint Clan is a highly evolved intelligent life form from a lineage of zombies. According to the legends, 200 years ago, our planet became subject to the will of the entity called God. In the span of one night, 90% of the humans turned into flesh-eating zombies. During the process of defending, humans fought constantly and managed to open the second stage. However, since then, our chosen leader of this planet, the selected seed of hope, died in combat. We failed the game, and our planet became an abandoned one, and the zombies began to evolve. Those intelligent ones then began to slaughter humans on a large scale. In the aftermath, humans used their final trump card, nuclear weapons. Under the terrifying effects, many zombies were killed, and the intelligent ones were eliminated. However, that was when the real nightmare began. With the continuous usage of nuclear weapons, many zombies were wiped out. However, those evolved life forms not only possessed human intelligence, they had monstrous strength as well. A single Type 5 intelligent, evolved zombies could wipe out an entire army. Under their schemes, many nuclear bases were seized. The zombies engaged in a large-scale nuclear warfare with humans, in the end, turning this planet into an irradiated hell. In this hell, there was radiation everywhere. Due to that, many humans began to mutate, turning into those violent savages, or mutants who have lost all reason, or grotesque carriers. Wild beasts also transformed into mutant beasts, irradiated beasts, some turning into demonic beings as well. The zombies were also mutating due to the radiation. Some turned into living corpses with no minds or rationality. Some evolved into beings with appearances of humans, yet they possessed terrifying combat strength. They had powerful recovery abilities and superhuman intelligence. Some didn't feast on human meat, yet it was unbearable, so they chose to drink blood, whereas the others indulged in their cravings. These two clans are all evolved from zombies. The flesh eaters are known as the Saint clan, and the vampires are known as longevity species. Of these two clans, there is still one more ancestor clan. They are the offsprings of the union between the top experts of both the Saint clan and longevity species. They have the strength and abilities of both races, and they do not need to consume blood or flesh to live. Their strength is also off the charts. The ancestor clan number very little, but each and every member is a terrifying existence. Truthfully speaking, any one of them could wipe our entire resistance out. The West Wing of the Resistance forces had established a city in the past before. Within 3 days, one of the ancestors appeared and wiped out the entire place. There were over 1,500 fighters as well as 30,000 survivors within the city, and yet it was turned into a graveyard. Chapter 722, Luo Chen. Chapter 722, Luo Chen. Yu Zhong's heart sunk. So the Saint clan came from zombies? Seems like Yin Shuang, Amaterasu, Feng Bo, and those intelligent zombies are similar to the predecessors of the Saint clan. If we had failed, seems like our fate would have been similar to these people. Life and death beyond their control, being slaughtered like livestock. Although Earth was still crawling with zombies and mutant beasts, under the efforts of the humans, territory was still being reclaimed and recovered every day. If Yu Zhong and the other factions were to fail, then Earth would likely become like this hell. Lisa looked at Yu Zhong, her eyes glinting. Yu Zhong, I see that you possess some ability. Do you want to join us, the Resistance Force? Let us work together to fight back against the monsters and vampires, setting the human race free. Yu Zhong's personal strength was something else. Furthermore, he could pilot the RH-2 well. If he joined the Resistance, he would definitely boost their fighting capabilities. Right now, do you know the proportion of the humans to the Saint clan? Not too sure. Excuse me for being presumptuous, but how many people are in the Resistance now? Lisa instantly turned wary. This is a secret. I will tell you only after you have joined us. Yu Zhong pondered deeply for a while before suggesting, I would like to meet the leader of your Resistance. I don't like to listen to others' command. I intend to work as an ally to you guys, fighting side by side. If he were to join, Yu Zhong would have to listen to their commands. He was extremely uncomfortable with that. Furthermore, there was a strong possibility of him being treated as cannon fodder. He had no idea what the upper echelon was like, and before confirming that the other party had some benefits for him, he would not join them. Lisa's eyes flashed with shock. Ally? On what grounds are you proposing that? Yu Zhong chuckled lightly and asked, I have 6 subordinates, 6 machine guns, 1 RH-2. I can easily wipe out an armored unit of the Red Rock City. Don't tell me such strength is still not enough to negotiate an alliance? Yu Zhong was also probing the threshold and might of the leader of the resistance. If the other party truly had the capability and foresight, he would come in person to try and pull Yu Zhong over. If the other party was an idiot, then Yu Zhong would try to initiate a reverse takeover. Yu Zhong was well experienced when it came to swallowing other powers. Of course, if he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't do it. After all, once initiated, regardless of the result, the hearts of the people would be affected. It would take time, victories, glory, and benefits to rebuild their confidence and loyalty. Yu Zhong had not yet established himself. If he were to try and take over the resistance, he would make an enemy out of the entire resistance force, making it difficult to do anything else. All right, I'll go back and discuss with the leader. Yu Zhong replied, I'll wait here for you. If there's no news after 24 hours, I'll leave. Lisa looked deeply at Yu Zhong. Wait for me, before turning to run towards the distance like an agile leopard. Is she what she said true? After Lisa left, Yu Zhong tried to confirm with Rooney. Rooney hesitated for a while before replying, Sir, Red Rock City forbids all rumors or discussions about the things from hundreds of years ago. I don't know much about that. However, the Saint Clan is indeed referred to as flesh-eating monsters by the residents secretly. Many pretty young girls would disappear for no reason all the time. Some people say those girls have been whisked off to the inner city, becoming food for the monsters. The Saint Clan truly does not view us from the outer city as people. If they're angry, they would just slaughter us as they like. Yu Zhong did not say anything. He had experienced their overbearingness for himself. Those city guards had not even treated the other residents as humans, just pulling out their guns to kill as they deemed fit. Just based on this, he was already filled with disgust for the governance of Red Rock City. That was one of the reasons why he decided to work with the resistance. He turned to the pilot who was still wrapped in the silk, asking indifferently, What's your name? The pilot replied, It's Lin Guang. Work with me, or die here, your choice. Lin Guang quickly made the choice. I'm willing to work with you. Lin Guang was human. After all, the Saint Clan had treated the humans as though they were slaves. He was also unwilling to work for them. To a human like him, his life was most important. After Lisa had left Yu Zhong, she ran towards a desolate hill and routed it a few times, observing the surroundings carefully. After ensuring that no one had followed her, she made her way towards some rocks, moving a few of the bigger ones aside to reveal a tunnel. She entered it with nimble ease. Lisa, you're back. Awesome. It's Lisa. She's back. Inside the tunnel, there were a few elite soldiers guarding the place. The moment they saw Lisa, they erupted in cheers. Lisa was beautiful and sexy. Furthermore, she had skills that were not inferior to many men. This gave her an aura and raised morale among the resistance fighters. Many of the males, being bored underground, had termed her as the leader of the 3 flowers. She was the dream lover and object of affection for many. A woman dressed in tights, with a similar voluptuous body and short black hair, came running and hugging Lisa. Her features were exquisite, and she had a valiant charm about her. Lisa, you're back. That's great. I was so worried that I might not get to see you again. Lisa chuckled and pried Qigong Hui away from her. Hui sauce. Where's Luo Chen? Bring me to him. This pretty teen Qigong Hui was the best pilot of the East Division of the Resistance and could exhibit about 50 to 60% of the RH-2, surpassing other men. She was also one of the 3 flowers in the East Division. Luo Chen is right inside. Come with me. Qigong Hui pulled on Lisa's hands and asked curiously, Lisa, how did you get out of the bar? According to Lin Yang, an elite troop of city guards had gone after you there. There was an expert called Yu Zhong who lent a hand. He had killed all 6 of the city guards. That was how I managed to get out. So lucky. Qigong Hui sighed in relief, before bubbling with excitement again. Oh yes. Lisa, did you see? That talented pilot who burst out killing those guards. He was so strong. I dare guarantee he can at least pull out 60 to 70% of the RH2's potential. I want to spar with him. The RH2 had plenty of receptors since Qigong Hui had piloted one RH2 out of Red Rock City. She had managed to witness the spectacle of Yu Zhong's display while escaping Red Rock City. To an exceptional pilot, what she wanted to do most was to spar and get stronger with another pilot. Lisa chuckled. I saw. In fact, the pilot was Yu Zhong. He was the one who captured the RH2 from the city guards and wiped out the reinforcements. Qigong Hui's eyes brightened up as she immediately begged. No way. Lisa, do you know him? Please introduce me. I want to chat with him and have a good match with him. Lisa was like an older sister to Qigong Hui and stuck to her like glue. In a room deep within the underground city, a young, elegant woman with a head full of hair, beautiful looks, and an alluring figure sat in front of a computer. She wore a gothic dress and had a princess feel to her as she smiled at Lisa. Lisa, you're back. Lisa smiled back. Aloya, I'm back. Aloya was also one of the 3 flowers of the Easter Division. She was exceptionally talented in the field of computers and networks. She was the best hacker and programmer of the division and was likewise a genius analyst. Lisa turned to a man full of bookish charm, sitting in a wheelchair. He had black hair and yellow skin. His looks clean, and he wore spectacles. She said, Luo Chen, I have something to report. Luo Chen closed the book, revealing a refreshing smile that seemed to give off a relaxing vibe. Oh, speak your mind. Lisa then told him whatever Yu Zhong had mentioned. Luo Chen closed his eyes for a while before reopening and smiling. An alliance? Interesting. Lisa, go back and tell him I'm willing to work together with him. Invite him over as a guest. Delight could be seen in Lisa's eyes as she hurried out. Great. I'll go let him know. When she left, Aloya suddenly piped in. Would it be a trap? Luo Chen replied mildly. It's highly unlikely. There's no reason for Red Rock City to risk losing 2 RH2 just for such a trap. If Yu Zhong didn't appear, our operation this time might have a 70% of failing. We would have lost 100 people. Anyway, there's a spy among us. Chapter 723, Contact. Chapter 723, Contact. Under Lisa's lead, Yu Zhong came to the underground tunnel of the Resistance. When they came to the base, Yu Zhong could feel multiple gazes on him. Under the various envious looks, he laughed lightly. Seems like you're pretty sought after here, Lisa. Lisa's looks could be considered a peak beauty back on Earth. On this planet, where conditions were harsh and radiation was everywhere, it was tough for normal people to have a decent meal. Under such circumstances, the number of beauties that could exist was even lower than on Earth. Someone like Lisa was truly rare among the Resistance. She frowned. Rooney and the rest did not come with you. Do you not trust me? He chuckled and brushed it off. Of course I trust you. You're thinking too much. But before we get started, I need to meet your leader first. Lisa eyed him and snorted. 6 men and women came over from a distance. The leader, a burly warrior decked in a black jacket. He had a blind eye, and his expression was slightly savage as he laughed coldly at Yu Zhong. You must be Yu Zhong? Yu Zhong replied, That's me. The burly man continued. I'm Han Feng. I heard that you managed to wipe out an elite troop of city guards without any weapons. I wonder if it's true. Shall we spar? Yu Zhong dismissed him indifferently, not interested. Han Feng and his team of 5 immediately froze, not knowing what to do. In this world where the strongest reigned supreme, only an expert would gain the respect and recognition of others. Many people would choose to fight regardless of the result. They knew that a man that could gain Lisa's recognition was definitely strong, but they didn't expect that he would not battle them. Let's go. Yu Zhong did not spare Han Feng and the rest another glance as he continued on his way. Han Feng immediately threw a vicious punch in a fit of anger. Damned brat. Are you looking down on me? In the next moment, his entire body froze, not daring to make another move. A dagger had appeared out of nowhere and was pressed right against his forehead. It was the first time he felt so close to death. Yu Zhong kept the dagger back and continued walking. "You're already dead. Strong. That man is truly strong." The 5 men and women saw how Han Feng was subdued, and their eyes flashed with shock. Han Feng was the strongest expert among them, with a body constitution of 8 times a normal person. He was well-versed in all sorts of combat styles, and few could defend against him in close combat. Yet, such a fighter was overcome so easily by Yu Zhong, thus they were filled with respect. Lisa glanced at Han Feng with pity and continued down the tunnel. Yu Zhong could easily eliminate an elite troop of city guards. Han Feng was at most comparable to an elite city guard. How was it possible to contend against Yu Zhong? After defeating Han Feng, the gazes of the rest of the warriors towards Yu Zhong was different. In this world, the humans revered the strong more so than on Earth. Qigong Hui bounced over, full of youth and vitality, as she assessed Yu Zhong curiously, her gaze fervent as she asked, "You must be Yu Zhong. Are you the one who controlled that RH2 in Red Rock City?" Yu Zhong did not deny, "That's me." Qigong Hui's gaze turned heated. "Have a match with me. Let's use the RH2 to determine the victor. I want to exchange pointers with you." From young, Qigong Hui had loved robots. After joining the Resistance, she had been searching for a pilot stronger than her to challenge. In the course of her experiments and battles, she had grown to become one of the best pilots of the Resistance. Yu Zhong turned her down, continuing toward the center of the base, not interested. The controlling of the RH2 require energy. In the course of a battle, both machines would be damaged. Yu Zhong had no one who could help him do repairs or maintenance. Hence, if the RH2 in his hands were to be put through a grueling battle, it might be damaged. He wasn't willing to expend such a precious machine in order to pacify some little girl. Qigong Hui saw that Yu Zhong was ignoring her, and her face scrunched up in annoyance as she caught up to him. "How can you be like this?" After passing through many protective defenses, Yu Zhong came to the deepest part of the tunnel and saw the bookish yet handsome man. This fellow doesn't possess combat ability. He must be the brains behind the scenes. Yu Zhong observed Luo Chen carefully, coming to a conclusion from the muscles and movements of his. This caused him to be even warier. The fact that such a man could gain respect and prestige in a world where the strong was revered, his intelligence had to be something else. Luo Chen also assessed Yu Zhong in front of him. After a long while, he smiled lightly and raised his hands towards Yu Zhong. "How do you do, Yu Zhong? I'm Luo Chen, the director of the Eastern Division 3rd Unit. Pleased to meet you." Yu Zhong shook his hands and could tell Luo Chen was really without strength. He was just a normal person. "How do you do? I'm Yu Zhong." Aloya gave a curious glance at Yu Zhong as well, before introducing herself. "Programming and Safety Engineer for the Eastern Division 3rd Unit, Aloya." "Hello." Luo Chen smiled faintly and beckoned to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, are you interested in joining our Eastern Division 3rd Unit and work together against the flesh-eating monsters and vampires, freeing the humans?" Yu Zhong naturally rejected his proposal. "Sorry, I'm not used to being commanded. I think it's still better to be allies." Luo Chen laughed lightly and handed him a document. "That's fine. Let's work as allies then. Take a look and see if the conditions are fine." Yu Zhong received the document over and saw that there weren't too many conditions. It just required the allies not to attack each other and to trade and share information. Once an ally was attacked by the monsters and vampires, the other party had to immediately send help. Yu Zhong saw that the conditions were reasonable and signed below, sealing the alliance. He handed the document back to Luo Chen and asked, "I want to know of the combat strength in Red Rock City." Luo Chen laughed lightly. Aloya revealed a self-confident smile and immediately pulled up a file on her computer. Red Rock City has 3 battalions of ordinary soldiers, consisting of 1,500 people. These ordinary soldiers are made up of humans, their strength comparable to us. Above them, there are 500 city guards. They're the main force of Red Rock City, each and every one having been injected with a Type 3 enhancement drug. Above them, there are 100 elite troops directly controlled by the city lordinate, who are human experts, enhanced by Type 4 and above drugs. These are all the human troops. Besides them, Red Rock City also has 200 flesh eaters that form the Red Rock Guard. Every one of them has a strength that is beyond those enhanced by a Type 4 drug. They're on par with Type 2 divine warriors. At the same time, there are about 1,000 flesh eaters inside the city. They might not be part of the army, but they all possess incredible might. Not too long ago, Annette had summoned 7 experts of Type 3 divine warrior strength. They are all flesh eaters, and their names are Knight, Luther, Santana, Jack, Zhonglan, Casey, and Abu Bakar. Type 3 divine warriors. Yu Zhong felt a chill in his heart and was somewhat wary against the might of Red Rock City. Based on his own conjecture, his strength was roughly about the same as the Type 3 divine warriors. One Red Rock City already had 8 Type 3 divine warriors. If he were to be surrounded by them, he would not survive. Honk, honk, honk. All of a sudden, there were multiple explosions that rocked the entire underground base. Underground, multiple alarms rang out. Yu Zhong was shocked as he looked toward the calm Luo Chen. What's going on? Luo Chen replied without skipping a beat, his expression unfazed. Our base is compromised. Aloya, pull out the image for me. Yes. Her fingers flew across a strange keyboard, hitting the strokes at an insane speed, keying commands constantly into the machine. One by one, images flew up and were displayed on the monitor, revealing the situation outside. About 20 kilometers away, an armored unit consisting of 5 RH-2s, 15 tanks, 100 gun-mounted vehicles, 20 rocket launchers, and several armored cars was currently cruising towards their location. In the skies, there were 8 assault helicopters, each of them filled with targeting missiles. When they flew over the base, they would release the missiles, bombing the place and causing multiple areas to be destroyed. Qigong Hui. Luo Chen's voice sounded out solemnly. Yes. The girl, who had been staring blankly, immediately recovered her senses and leaped out the room. Her target was the RH-2 kept within their own hangar. Chapter 724, Strike. Chapter 724, Strike. The resistance forces were well trained. The moment the alarms rang, they began to grab their weapons with practiced ease and charged out from the ground. Through the images on Aloya's computer, Yu Zhong could see clearly the resistance forces appear quickly outside of the base. The position of the base was in an area full of low hills and boulders. In such a location, the scattering of 1,000 people can seem pretty daunting. Luo Chen kept his gaze on the images and spoke out mildly. Bring Lu Hai over. A young man with blonde hair and good looks, dressed in jeans and a yellow leather jacket, came into the room, looking a little uneasy as he spoke. Leader, you needed me for something? Luo Chen turned around and looked at Lu Hai with a complicated look, sighing. Lu Hai, what benefits did the flesh eaters promise you, that you chose to betray us? Have you forgotten how your mother was eaten by them? When Lu Hai heard this, his face fell, and he reached into his shirt with his right hand. Lisa, who had been standing at one side, immediately shot forward with a chill in her eyes. She grabbed onto his left hand and swung his forcefully onto the ground like a toy. Luo Chen's eyes flashed with hurt as he pulled out a handgun, pointing it at Lu Hai's head. Why betray us? Have you already forgotten the hatred of your mother? Lu Hai, who was being stepped on by Lisa, had a savage look as he laughed out maniacally. Ha ha! Of course, I have not forgotten. I have never forgotten. However, I hate this life even more. Living like rats beneath the surface, not having a full meal, no water and no food, no women, and our fates are basically uncertain. After Lu Hai laughed out in his madness, he closed his eyes. I did betray you guys. I betrayed you purely for the sake of eating my fill, drinking clean water, fucking beautiful women, and allowing my future generations a better life. I've had enough of this rat life. Just kill me. Luo Chen, I've followed you for so long. I know your character. You'll not let me go? Kill me if you want. Let me have a quick death. Go in peace. Luo Chen sighed before pulling the trigger. Punk. A gunshot hole appeared in Lu Hai's forehead. His body shuddered once and ceased moving. Luo Chen looked at Lu Hai's corpse, his eyes filled with pain and bitterness. Before he spoke solemnly, he's called Lu Hai. Before he betrayed us, he was our good brother and a hero. He had risked death to save 13 of our comrades. He had also undergone near-impossible missions and difficult combat. I was even saved by him once. He was one of the most trusted friends, and I never thought he would betray us. Yu Zhong was not interested in Luo Chen reminiscing the past. I don't think you have the luxury to recall memories. Dealing with the situation outside should be your priority now. Luo Chen laughed mildly before giving an order to Aloya. You're right. Aloya, release the first air defense. Let's deal with those 8 Falcon warplanes. As the 8 assault aircrafts were about to launch another round of missiles, a patch of ground opened up a few kilometers away, and huge beams fired out towards the 8 aircrafts, hitting them accurately. Honk! Without enough time to defend, 7 of them were destroyed in an instant, exploding in huge balls of fire. Only one of the pilots managed to dodge with incredible skill. He had released a jammer at the first instant and quickly maneuvered the aircraft in a strange flight pattern, dodging and destroying the rockets aimed at it. After dealing with the crisis, the remaining Falcon warplane immediately rose in the air and disappeared into the clouds. At the next instant, the rocket launchers behind fired multiple rockets at the anti-air defenses. Honk! Loud explosions rang out continuously, burying the base's air defenses. Underground, Aloya reported with an impassive face. The first air defense is out. The moment she was immersed in her work, all sorts of thoughts would be forced out of Aloya's mind, and she would remain focused and listen to all of Luo Chen's orders without question. As the anti-air defenses were destroyed, the forces of Red Rock City were already starting to blanket the area of boulders and rocks with countless firepower. Many resistance fighters were quickly vanquished. In the rain of fire, the 5 RH-2 burst forth with power, charging right into the stone forest. Within the RH-2S, there were heat sensors, thermal imaging scanning systems, biological induction radar system, and many other scanners. The moment they began to operate those sensors to locate life forms and heat signatures, the RH-2S became extremely efficient hunters. As the 5 RH-2S charged through the rocks and boulders, the cannons and laser cannons fired wildly. They were already trained on the heat signatures, causing the resistance fighters to be killed quickly. As long as the sensors managed to capture any movement or heat signatures, even if the resistance fighters hid behind boulders, they would be blasted with a laser beam. Lisa looked at the mounting death toll of the resistance fighters, and her eyes were filled with rage. Her fists clenched as she spat through her teeth. Damn it! If it were against any other weapon of war, the resistance fighters could at least make use of the terrain to fight back. However, against the powerful sensors of the RH-2S, they were basically defenseless. The RH-2S were developed to wipe out the resistance fighters. Although they expended a lot of energy, their fire structure relatively simple, could not fly, and bore a huge burden on the pilots. They were extremely efficient killing machines. Just as the 5 RH-2S were engaged in slaughter, from far, 2 laser beams shot out, one of them accurately penetrating the pilot seat of one RH-2, vaporizing the pilot in a cloud of smoke. The other brushed past the frame of another RH-2. The remaining 4 RH-2S immediately turned to face the new threat, adjusting their condition, and started to surround the 2 new RH-2S from the resistance. The main forces of Red Rock City had already reached the resistance forces amidst the rock formations and were engaged in slaughter. Luo Chen turned to Yu Zhong and pleaded, Yu Zhong, you've seen the state of affairs. I need your help. Yu Zhong replied, I will need an RH-2. Although Yu Zhong had the ability to destroy an RH-2, In terms of firepower and combat stamina, the RH-2 surpassed him. Luo Chen chuckled. Way ahead of you. Lisa, bring our ally to the hangar. Lisa was already anxious in her heart as she rushed out. Follow me. Yuzhong gave a deep look at Luo Chen, revealing a knowing smile, but he didn't say much as he followed Lisa without hurry. Aloya had an impassive face. He has seen through your act. Luo Chen laughed indifferently. In fact, I never thought to hide it from him. He knows it too. Aloya was speechless as she continued to look at her computer, her fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard. Within the area of boulders and rocks, there was an intense fight going on. The Red Rock City troops were advancing without stop, taking out resistance fighters left, right, and center. However, there were plenty of traps set by the resistance beforehand, including landmines, and since they were familiar with the terrain, they would appear from time to time to launch devastating attacks on the Red Rock City forces. These soldiers were all experienced, and the only disadvantage they had was the lack of equipment. As the resistance fighters put up a fight, the advance of the Red Rock City forces slowed down considerably. Too slow. Too slow. I can't wait any longer. I want to kill. Santana revealed a savage grin as he disappeared in a flash. One resistance fighter was hiding behind cover, carefully sticking out a mirror to observe the situation through the reflection. Looking for me? The next moment, Santana appeared in front of the soldier and smiled savagely. The soldier's face fell in horror as he raised his gun toward Santana. With a powerful gust, the head of the soldier disappeared, his headless corpse crumpling to the ground. Behind him, Santana was grabbing his head and bit down viciously, breaking the skull like it was nothing, enjoying the white and red brain matter. Delicious. These resisting prey are truly tasty. Only when those who try to fight can get my blood boiling with excitement. Kakik. After devouring the head of the resistance fighter, Santana laughed out loud before weaving through the rocks in a gust of wind, killing every soldier he came across, tearing their heads and sucking their brains dry. Chapter 725, Relentless Assault. Chapter 725, Relentless Assault. As part of the flesh eaters that descended from zombies, Santana possessed a powerful sense of smell. He could easily discover the location of humans based on their scent in a 300m. Within that area, Santana's ability to suss out humans was even stronger than the RH-2 with all its receptors. The moment Santana rushed into the boulder formation, any soldier he came across would be slaughtered and their brains sucked dry by him. A Type 3 Divine Warrior's strength was invincible to an ordinary person. Without an expert with a similar strength to defend, Santana could easily slaughter all 1,000 over soldiers of the Resistance. In this world, the human resistance was at a disadvantage purely because of existences like Santana. Following a loud explosion, one of the RH-2 that belonged to the Resistance was pierced through by blades made out of alloy held by the 3 RH-2s from Red Rock City. In the close distance, they fired a laser beam directly at the Resistance pilot, directly killing him. Jingyang, beast, go to hell. At the same time, Qigonghui controlled the other RH-2 and sent a blade slashing down towards one of the RH-2 belonging to Red Rock City. The sharp alloy blade sliced through the thick armor, cutting off the right arm of the RH-2. That RH-2 released a jet of fire behind and pushed its speed to the maximum, jumping to one side. Qigonghui was about to use the blade to slice that enemy into half, but she suddenly felt a sense of danger. With a thought, she turned and could see the 3 RH-2 already training their laser cannons on her. As an ace pilot, she immediately knew that if she were to forcefully slice the RH-2 in two, she would be shot down by those laser beams. Beast! Qigonghui gritted her teeth and spat, controlling the RH-2 to twist its large body, before using her own jets to propel her out of the range of the enemy. A laser beam shot past, brushing the side of her RH-2. At the same time, the 3 RH-2s began to operate their 30 cannons to fire wildly, turning into a barrage of metal that rained down towards Qigong Hui's RH-2. Under the sensors of the RH-2S, all the cannons were trained and locked onto Qigong Hui and her route of escape. Even if she pushed her thrusters to the limit, a large number of bullets and firepower still slammed into her. The outer hull of the RH-2S was made using the most advanced alloy of this world, and its defense was even stronger than most heavily armored tanks. Under the barrage of bullets and cannons, dents could be seen in the armor, but it did not affect the combat ability of the RH-2. However, due to the rain of bullets, some receptors and sensors were affected and ceased working. Even the thickest of armors would be damaged if fired on constantly. Qigong Hui dodged and controlled her own RH-2 to fire with its cannons. However, under the suppression of the 4 RH-2S, Qigong Hui was pushed to a dangerous situation, and she could only retreat constantly. Her own ability surpassed any one of the individual pilots of Red Rock City, but against 4, it was incredibly tough. Following a loud explosion, the RH-2 controlled by Qigong Hui had its right arm blasted off. At the same time, she managed to take off the left arm of one of the enemy's RH-2. The powerful force caused Qigong Hui's RH-2 to be knocked back, the intense shockwave shaking her. Nausea overcame her, as she felt like puking, and a number of notifications were sent almost instantly to her brain, threatening to overload her senses. The RH-2S possessed a powerful central computer that could transmit messages and alerts directly to the pilot through the helmet. As long as it was not turned off, the pilot could receive information about the RH-2's surroundings in real time. However, such information bore a huge load on the human brain. Many soldiers would usually turn them off to focus on fights. In a life-and-death situation, on the other hand, most pilots would then operate the sensors at full capacity. While overburdening their brains, it would also limit their ability. Currently, Qigong Hui was combating 4 RH-2S as she struggled under their joint attacks. She even managed to take off one arm of the enemy. This was already incredible. However, such intense combat was also placing her under immense stress. Is this the end? Inside the pilot cockpit, Qigong Hui was panting for breath, her body slick with perspiration, her eyes flashing with despair. The RH-2 had a strong biometric scanning system, and Qigong Hui could see her comrades on the battlefield being slaughtered. The 4 RH-2S continued to fire coolly at her, without the intention to engage in close combat. Close combat was the highest form of control a pilot could exhibit, but at the same time, the requirements were the harshest. If the skills were lacking, the victor could be determined quickly. As for long-range firing, the pilots could make use of the sensors and target systems to do the work. Even an expert like Qigong Hui would be helpless against the combined fire of 4 RH-2S. As the cannons and guns continued to fire, her RH-2 was starting to break apart. At the same time, many parts were failing before small fires broke out everywhere. Right as Qigong Hui's RH-2 was about to be destroyed, a powerful laser beam shot from a distance, directly piercing the pilot cockpit of one of the enemy RH-2S, vaporizing the pilot. The sudden attack immediately alarmed the remaining 3 RH-2S. They quickly swiveled and noticed the sudden appearance of another RH-2 behind them. Yu Zhong, having escaped the clutches of death, Qigong Hui controlled her broken RH-2 to soar into the air, asking in a shocked manner. The flesh-eaters and vampires had the resources of the most advanced technology and nurturing in this world. Many humans of the Resistance were not well learned, and those who could pilot a robot were automatically deemed precious fighters. Anyone who could pilot an RH-2 would be treated as a genius, and within the Underground East Division, there are not many pilots. In fact, there are only 2 of them. Because of that, the moment Qigong Hui saw a friendly RH-2, she was overjoyed. Through the communications, Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Go help the people at the rock formations. Leave these 3 fellows to me." Qigong Hui could not help but blurt out, "Yu Zhong, these are all expert pilots of Red Rock City. It's impossible to deal with them alone." We should work together. Yu Zhong frowned. It had been a long while since anyone disobeyed his order. However, he reminded himself that he was no longer on Earth, and it was not a faction that he controlled. Thus he replied, "Whatever." After which, he took a deep breath, releasing all limiters on the sensors of the RH2, and instantly, a large amount of information flowed into his brain, connecting him and the RH2 as one. At the next instant, the thrusters opened up and roared to life. With a strong gust of wind, the RH2 reached the speed of Mach 1, shooting for one of the Red Rock City's RH2 like a shooting star. The three RH2s immediately fired wildly when Yu Zhong appeared, and a dense rain of bullets enveloped Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong controlled the RH2 to rush right through the rain of metal, charging for the three RH2s like a sharp, unsheathed blade. In just a breath of time, he had slammed right into one of the RH2s, the alloy blade in his RH2's arms slicing into the cockpit of the enemy, causing blood to splatter out. On the other side, Qi Gonghui stared in horror. She had never imagined Yu Zhong's retaliation to be so vicious, overbearing, and decisive. In merely a second, an enemy had died. She had never seen the RH2 being piloted this way. After Yu Zhong controlled his RH2 to take down the enemy in a second, his robot had plenty of injuries. During that charge, the impact from the bullets could cause an ordinary pilot to be heavily injured. However, Yu Zhong had actually charged through the line of death in a second. At the next moment, without stopping, Yu Zhong controlled the thrusters to propel himself forward, reaching the next RH2 as he sent out a fist towards the cockpit. The powerful alloy armor of the RH2 from Red Rock City was strong enough to block the fist, only causing the armor around the cockpit to dent a little. However, the terrifying impact and resulting shockwave vibrated through, causing the pilot to spit out blood, dying immediately. Chapter 726, Jack. Chapter 726, Jack. Yu Zhong controlled his RH2 to send the enemy flying with a punch. Without pausing, he darted towards the last RH2 in a blur. The last RH2 had completely handed the firing systems over to the computer, allowing it to unleash a massacre without the limitations of humans. The downside was that the moment the pilot handed the firing systems over, the response of the RH2 would be affected by 30%. Yu Zhong braced himself through the flurry of bullets, appearing in front of the last RH2 in a breath's time. His right arm swung the alloy blade directly into the cockpit, turning the pilot into a meat paste. Qi Gonghui watched as Yu Zhong's RH2 became increasingly injured, shock filling her heart, strong. In barely 30 seconds, Yu Zhong had controlled his single RH2 to take out three equivalent RH2s. That tyrannical and vicious way of combat had left a deep impression on Qi Gonghui. She asked herself if she could replicate what Yu Zhong did, and realized that she was filled with respect. The most was sniping that first RH2. Go provide support. After destroying the 4 RH2, Yu Zhong did not even glance at Qi Gonghui, quickly charging towards the stony area with Mach 1 speed. Qi Gonghui followed closely behind him. In a few breaths, Yu Zhong arrived at the place. He discovered the 2 battalions from Red Rock City, which had also noticed this single RH2 suddenly storming over, and their eyes were filled with shock. Kill them all. Yu Zhong eyed the 2 battalions coldly and handed the firing systems over to the central computer. The moment the thought flashed across his mind, 10 cannons appeared from the RH2's frame and unleashed a rain of death on the soldiers of Red Rock City. The cannons and guns continued to whir noisily. Under the targeting system of the central computer, each soldier exploded like an ant that was stepped on. The bullets even tore apart the armored vehicles, together with their drivers and riders within. The elite soldiers of Red Rock City had been the hunters. Now, the situation flipped around. Without any preparation for it, they were forced to scramble for life. Originally, the weapons of the elite soldiers of Red Rock City could engage the RH2s. As long as they had sufficient cover, they could even injure RH-2s. However, in the wilderness, where there were no structures, these soldiers were just like sheep awaiting slaughter. At this time, Qi Gonghui also charged over, handing over the control of the firing systems as well. The remaining 5 cannons on her also fired out wildly. Ayaya, this bunch of trash seems like they still need me to act. At this time, among the scattered and devastated troops of Red Rock City, a wild and frenzied laugh sounded out. Jack lifted his head to eye the 2 RH-2s, his eyes flashing with a mad desire. With a flash, he charged towards Qi Gonghui's RH-2, appearing in front of the cockpit. Qi Gonghui was taken aback when she saw Jack suddenly appear in front of her. How is this possible? How could he evade the firepower? You can go take a rest with your toy. Jack laughed out savagely as he pulled out a 2M sword. Thrusting out viciously, the material of the sword was unknown, but it managed to pierce the cockpit and directly into her chest. Jack then swiftly pulled out the sword and disappeared from his location. As the sharp blade left her body, Qi Gonghui's eyes dimmed, and she slumped in her seat, her eyes shut. Yu Zhong saw what happened through the sensors of the RH-2, and his heart was rocked. What a terrifying fellow. This guy must be one of the experts of the flesh eaters. After killing Qi Gonghui, Jack's face wore a slight smile as he introduced himself. Hi, I'm Jack, one of the Saint Clan members in Red Rock City. I'm interested in you. What's your name? Yu Zhong stared at Jack before sending a vicious punch towards him. With each punch packing over 10 tons, one punch was enough to flatten even Jack. I'm appreciative of your control over this metal lump. As long as you submit to me, I can accept you as my subordinate and bring you into the inner city. There's clean water, delicious food, enticing human women that aren't tainted by radiation. I can give you all these. Follow me, and you'll no longer have to live like rats, not seeing the light of day, nor a hopeless future. Jack was still smiling as he appeared at a distance of 10 m away in a flash. Yu Zhong's pupils constricted. The speed of this Jack was truly quick, surpassing even the strongest lowly Yinshuang. In fact, it seemed to be even faster by at least 20%. Jack continued to smile arrogantly. This metal lump might seem a precious treasure to us, but to me, it actually is nothing. As long as I wish it, I can easily kill all you pilots easily. There's no way for these stupid metal lumps to catch my movements. This is the difference between us Saint Clan and you humans, or the distance between gods and humans. We are the gods. You are just pathetic humans. With a flesh body that could surpass the sound barrier, easily killing an RH-2 pilot, it was truly a monstrous strength. The flesh eaters were able to hold Red Rock City tightly in their grasp, to the point that they could care less that one RH-2 had been stolen. A single RH-2 could flip the tides of a battle in a human war, but a single flesh eater with a Type 3 divine warrior strength could easily eliminate an RH-2 pilot. God? What a joke. Just based on you freaks, and you want to be gods? Let me take you out, a so-called god. Jack, bear this in mind. Today, this human that's about to kill you. I'm Yu Zhong. The cockpit opened up, and Yu Zhong stepped out slowly, staring at Jack with contempt while laughing coldly. Chapter 727. Victory at a Cost. Chapter 727. Victory at a Cost. The RH-2 had a powerful defensive ability, top-notch firing system, and incredible against ordinary soldiers, these were all powerful weapons. On the battlefield, a single RH-2 was basically a machine of slaughter. However, to deal with Jack, it was still lacking. In terms of agility, the RH-2's main frame could not compare to Jack, and while Yu Zhong could pull out 80 to 90% of the RH-2's combat ability, it was not enough to deal with Jack. I've seen many human experts, and those who dare talk to me the way you did have died. You won't be an exception. Such a lowly piece of trash, you dare rebuke me. When I consume your delicious innards, I'll keep you alive. That'll be pretty interesting. Jack licked his lips with an excited look. His body turned tense, and with a flash, he immediately leaped forward with a speed surpassing the sound barrier. In less than a breath of time, his sharp blade had pierced towards Yuzhong. Fast, pure speed, that was Jack style, surpassing even the strongest lowly Yin Shuang under Yuzhong. His speed was way faster than even the RH2. Yuzhong's gaze turned solemn as wisps of dark energy poured out of his body, pushing his constitution to a terrifying extent. Under the enhancement of Dark Do Qi, he managed to follow Jack's movement. Without any intention to dodge, he sent a blade towards Jack as well. Jack flicked the blade in his hand slightly, penetrating through the Type 4 giant sea snake hide on Yuzhong, as well as the Type 5 defense vest, even through his body of steel. When the blade pierced through all the defenses, a surge of vibration traveled through, causing a huge hole to burst open in Yuzhong's chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere. At the same instant, the flame blade in Yuzhong's hands slashed down with a speed far surpassing sound, slicing through Jack's shoulder, slicing his heart in two. Shock was written all over Jack's face, while he hung sliced in two. He had not expected this human in front of him to be so vicious to himself. The flesh-eaters had vitality surpassing ordinary humans. Even though Jack had his body and heart sliced in half, he did not die. He laughed out in an unbridled fashion. What a ruthless fellow. However, even if I die, I want you to accompany me in death. Ha ha ha. Even though Jack had been sliced in two by Yuzhong, Yuzhong had also suffered a sword through his chest, his intestines injured by the vibrations Jack sent out. Such a wound was enough to claim a human's life. Jack was truly powerful. If Yuzhong had not decided to take on that blow to deal an equally lethal blow to him, it would be hard to determine the victor between them. After all, they were of similar levels. The one who will die is you. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with cold as he waved his hands, and devil flame burst into life, engulfing Jack, incinerating him in a second. He died howling. At that same instant, strands of life energy was absorbed by the god and devil imprint, nourishing his soul and body, enhancing them further. Congratulations on gaining +10 in agility. Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Killing such a high-level expert had actually enhanced him. The moment Jack died, Yuzhong's tense nerves relaxed. He began to feel the pain in his chest, and his brows furrowed. He turned around to enter the RH2 again. Taking a can of Type 3 beast meat, he gobbled it up, pushing the regeneration ability as his wounds began to heal at an insane speed. The Level 4 regeneration ability began to work its wonders, healing Yuzhong's heavily body. If it wasn't for this skill, Yuzhong might have perished a dozen times over. He took a deep breath and wore the helmet, instantly receiving a flurry of notifications. With a thought, he restarted the RH2 and turned into a flash as he headed for the rocky area once again. After 5 minutes, there were the sounds of the RH2's cannons firing wildly as the elite soldiers of Red Rock City were slaughtered one after another. There were 10 cannons, a laser gun, and an alloy blade on each RH2. The rest were sensors and heat scanners. They were mainly for scouting and searching. Within that rocky area, it was practically the best terrain for the RH2 to unleash a carnage no one could defend against. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. When the elite troops of Red Rock City saw how Yuzhong was slaughtering them like a demon, many of them had fear in their eyes, while their morale dipped. Some abandoned their weapons as they kneeled and surrendered. Many of them had no faith in the first place, nor any ethics or morals to bind them. They had agreed to serve Red Rock City purely because of a better life. They were not loyal to the Saint Clan in the first place. The moment they saw their comrades being slaughtered and their support vanquished by Yuzhong, they lost all will to fight. The resistance soldiers that had been forced back began to counterattack, capturing those who surrendered. Seems like lowly humans are unreliable after all. Forget it. Treat it as our loss this time. However, you guys need to pay a price too. Let me deal with your trump card. Santana looked at the incoming RH-2 and laughed savagely, grabbing a random soldier's head and crushing it. He sucked up the juices, revealing a drunk expression, before leaping up on top of the RH-2. The moment Santana moved, Yu Zhong felt a sense of danger. He controlled the RH-2 to retreat explosively, as all 10 cannons opened up and began firing at Santana's direction. Santana faced the weapons that had locked onto him and displayed the terror of a Type 3 Divine Warrior. His speed instantly broke past the sound barrier. As the cannons moved slightly, he had already gone out of its range. The bullets brushed past his body, not causing any harm. Even the powerful AI of the RH-2 could not harm Santana, thus showcasing the true might of a Type 3 Divine Warrior. Yu Zhong was extremely calm as he controlled the RH-2 to retreat while pulling up the laser cannon to fire at Santana. As the laser beams shot out, some directly pierced through boulders, but did not manage to hit Santana. The distance between the two was also closing rapidly. "Are you the trump card of the Resistance? You can die for me." Santana wore a savage grin as he appeared on top of Yu Zhong's RH-2, sending a powerful fist towards the cockpit. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold look as he continued to push the RH-2 backward. As the massive frame landed, rocks were destroyed. At the same time, he controlled the RH-2 to swing out with its foot to kick at Santana viciously. Santana did not expect Yu Zhong to execute such a difficult maneuver, and he could not dodge in midair. The kick carried a dangerous force behind it. If the kick were to connect with Santana, even the Saint Clan member would be heavily injured. Santana's gaze turned cold, and he immediately spat out a breath with strength. The strong push actually pushed him backward a few meters. The RH-2's leg brushed past his body. He then landed and charged right back at the RH-2 like a meteor, sending a powerful punch on the weak part of the armor. With a single punch, a new hole appeared in the RH-2. The strong alloy was pretty much paper against his fist. He then sent out a few punches as fast as the wind, and in a few breaths, the entire leg had been devastated by him. Yu Zhong controlled the RH-2 to send a fist down toward Santana. A cold look of ridicule flashed in Santana's eyes, and with a flash, he easily evaded that slap. Santana then appeared right in front of the cockpit and laughed cruelly. He punched out once at the cockpit, his powerful fist instantly destroying the armor, landing on Yu Zhong's body. The blow instantly went through his chest, causing bits of metal to enter the body as well. At the next instant, a bright flash blasted Santana's head apart, turning it into bloody matter. Within the cockpit, Yu Zhong's chest was still pierced by the deformed alloy metal pieces from the cockpit. He had blood flowing down his lips, and in his hands was the electromagnetic gun. He looked positively terrible. Congratulations on gaining +10 in strength. Strands of life energy snaked up into the imprint on Yu Zhong's hand, and he gained yet another enhancement. These Type 3 Divine Warriors are truly freakish existences. He gasped for breath, as his chest was racked with pain, causing him to perspire all over, his features contorted. This time, he had forced himself while killing 2 Type 3 Divine Warriors, suffering grievous injuries. If one more were to appear, he might be killed. Chapter 728, Prophecy. Chapter 728, Prophecy. With a thought, Yu Zhong controlled the RH-2 to rip out the cockpit door with force. With a little light, he began to pull out the alloy parts pierced in his chest. The sharp pains caused his face to contort. After pulling out all the alloy pieces, his entire body was drenched in perspiration. He gasped for air, suppressing the pain as he quickly consumed his Type 3 beast meat. As a few cans were consumed, the contents quickly transformed into energy that accelerated the healing process. Yu Zhong's face turned dark as he thought, "This world truly contains some strong experts. Just the forces of this Red Rock City is enough to devastate my Central Plains army. Furthermore, this world actually contained such terrifying battle robots. They had the support of powerful AI, and the biometric scanning systems were so advanced. Such a robot was practically an unstoppable killing machine back on Earth. Other than these RH2S, there are the Type 3 Divine Warriors and the even stronger Type 4 ones that had not yet appeared. Yu Zhong could not imagine what it would take to even threaten such existences. As he sat there enduring the pain and letting his body heal, the forces of the resistance were already launching their counterattack against the elite forces of Red Rock City. During the counterattack, many Red Rock City soldiers quickly handed over their weapons and allowed themselves to be captured. Underground, Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on Yu Zhong's RH2, his gaze filled with awe. Truly amazing. He could control a single RH2 to fight for, and he even took out 2 Type 3 Divine Warriors himself. Incredible. If only such a person was part of our resistance. Aloya looked at the serious wound on Yu Zhong's chest, her eyes filled with pity. What a pity. He's going to die. Luo Chen laughed lightly in response, pointing to Yu Zhong's right hand on the monitor. No, he won't die. Look at his right hand. Aloya looked at the god and devil imprint, and her face changed immediately. Is it the imprint of God? How is that possible? What if the legend was for real? Impossible. This doesn't make sense scientifically. Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on the imprint, his gaze complicated as well. The imprint of God. Hundreds of years ago, the leader of the resistance had left behind a prophecy that after 100 years, or even 1,000 years, a human with God's imprint on his right hand would appear, and he would be the hope of humankind. He would be the last hope that could possibly contend with the other races. The one who has that God imprint on his right hand will be our savior. I've always treated it as a joke, or it could have been something that the upper echelons in the past used to convince people to join our resistance. Who would have thought? Aloya looked at the man in the seat and asked mildly, "What do we do now? According to the prophecy, we need to become his subordinates. Luo Chen, what are your plans?" The prophecy from so long ago had a huge influence on the resistance. However, there were also many who did not believe or care about it. Even if the leader then was capable and had foresight, their influence could not compare to those currently alive and wielding the authority. Aloya, the genius programmer, was one of those that did not really care about the prophecy. She just listened to Luo Chen's orders. It was because he had saved her life before. Her talent was discovered and nurtured by him. Without him, she might have become of those pitiful women struggling to survive in hell. In the past, I didn't believe in it either. However, the gates of hell from the legends have appeared. According to legend, the God imprint has also shown itself. I cannot ignore these. Furthermore, our strength is truly too minuscule compared to those flesh-eaters and vampires. A single Type 5 Divine Warrior could wipe our forces, while a single Ancestor could force us all to our demise. If it weren't for those monsters wanting food and toys for entertainment, our human race might have already been wiped out long ago. Our resistance is merely a little nuisance to them. Luo Chen sighed gently. In this world, the humans were too vastly inferior to the flesh-eaters and vampires. What was worse, there were humans who were willing to work for the monsters, becoming their teeth and claws. Although Luo Chen had outstanding intelligence, his strength was truly lacking. He could not see a sliver of hope for the human race. He had continued to resist purely because he had a deep-set hatred for the other races. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he began to get excited. Since this is the case, why don't we just bet on it? If we succeed, our future generations will be able to live with their heads high. Even if we lose, it's just giving up this wretched life anyway. I choose to believe the prophecy and support him. Aloya replied indifferently. Fine, I'll follow your lead. However, those at the main headquarters won't relinquish their authority so easily. Luo Chen chuckled lightly. I know. If he really is the one from the prophecy, with our support, he should be able to reorganize our entire resistance. If he doesn't, then it just means the first leader with foresight in the past was just a huge liar. He continued, "And if it truly is him, our Eastern Division is likelier to accept him." Aloya nodded silently in agreement. In today's battle, Yu Zhong had turned the tides with his overwhelming strength. It would be easier for those who had seen him in the battle to accept him as a leader. The medics of the underground base streamed out to find the injured soldiers and began to treat them. Yu Zhong was also quickly evacuated towards the underground base. Inside one of the medical treatment rooms, Aloya pushed Luo Chen in. He waved his hands, dismissing the doctors inside. Smiling, he asked Yu Zhong, "Can we speak?" Yu Zhong was slightly wary as he looked at Luo Chen. However, he did not reject him. "Sure." Luo Chen fixed his gaze on Yu Zhong's tightly bandaged right arm, asking, "Your right arm. Can I take a look?" When Yu Zhong heard that, his pupils constricted and a powerful killing intent radiated from him. The god and devil imprint on his right arm allowed him to absorb the life energy from those he killed and was an important item for him to communicate with those back on Earth. It was a secret that he wouldn't mind killing over. Luo Chen could sense the killing intent, and he hurried to explain with a smile, "Yu Zhong, I've seen the imprint on your right arm. Other than me, many others have also seen it. It's called the God's Imprint. There's a legend among us resistance fighters from long ago that after hundreds or even thousands of years, a person with the God's imprint will appear and he will be our leader, leading our human race in a victory against the other races. Since you have the imprint, you will become our leader in the future." Hearing those words, Yu Zhong guessed a few things. First, there must have been someone like him in the past, possessing the God and devil imprint. However, the person must have lost in combat. Thus, the human race had fallen to this state. After the loss of the leader, the experts must have known a few things through the system. That was why it had passed down as a legend or prophecy. Those who possessed the imprint were recognized as the strongest talents of the planet, just like Yu Zhong, and any of these characters had the right and strength to become a leader of a faction. Furthermore, since Yu Zhong possesses this imprint as well as his evolving temple, he at least could resist the oppression of the other races much better than the resistance fighters. He mulled over for a while, before asking, "Just because of a legend, you're willing to declare me as your leader?" Luo Chen chuckled bitterly, but kept his gaze fixed on Yu Zhong. "Yes, I'll come clean with you. Things aren't looking so well for the resistance. These few years, it has always been a pointless struggle. Just surviving is already hard. The number of humans is decreasing as well. As for the slavery and harm that the other races have brought against us, we might be able to get something in return, but in order to overthrow all of that, I can only make a gamble on you. As long as you're willing to lead us against the other races, the entire Eastern Division is willing to listen to your orders and become a force for you to command." Yu Zhong pondered for a longer time before replying, "Okay, I promise you, I too need your strength." Since arriving at this planet, he had not yet gained a deep enough understanding. He needed the eyes and ears on the ground, and since the Eastern Division was the underground head here, and that they were willing to submit to him, then he naturally would take them up on that offer. With a wave of his hands, he took out 8 evolving liquids from his storage ring, handing them to Luo Chen. These are evolving liquids that could help humans become evolvers. There are 8 of them here. Treat it as a gift. Luo Chen received them with respect and thanked him. "Many thanks. After consuming this, the user will run a fever for a day, and the next day, gain a powerful strength. If you don't believe me, you can get someone to try it first." Luo Chen chuckled, directly consuming one of them. "No need. I trust you." Chapter 729, Exchange of Authority. Chapter 729, Exchange of Authority. The moment the evolving liquid entered Luo Chen's body, a warm surge of energy spread throughout his body, causing him temperature to rise, and he gasped in ragged breaths. Aloya's face turned immediately, pulling out a small handgun and pointing it at Yu Zhong while screaming, "What did you do to him?" In Aloya's eyes, Luo Chen's importance far exceeded Yu Zhong. Even if Yu Zhong was the prophesied leader from the legends, she did not care one bit. Put down your gun. Aloya, I'll be fine. It's just a day of fever, right, leader? Luo Chen pressed Aloya's gun down as he gave Yu Zhong a trusting smile. He believed that the man in front of him would not be so stupid as to try and kill him at such a place. The god's imprint was something that Luo Chen, a true book fanatic, would research. To the ordinary soldiers, the imprint might have been an ordinary tattoo for all they knew. In truth, although it was a legend from long ago, it had been passed down for so long that many people had already begun to treat it as a beautiful dream. If Yu Zhong really wanted the support of the Eastern Division, he would not kill Luo Chen. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Go back and rest well. You'll gain strength." Luo Chen did not reject him, and replied, before turning away, "Yes." Yu Zhong watched Luo Chen leave, a few thoughts flashing by before he closed his eyes and focused on recovering. The consumption from the battle with Red Rock City was truly astounding. Early the next morning, Luo Chen opened his eyes and discovered a powerful, latent strength coursing through his body. With a thought, his originally crippled legs, for God knew how long, shuddered and began to move. Is this the strength of those experts with the god's imprint in the past? With such a miraculous evolving liquid, seems like my decision was right. Luo Chen looked at his legs with joy and excitement. His legs had been heavily injured in an accident many years ago, and with the low medical level of the resistance, they had not been able to heal him. And yet, a single evolving liquid from Yu Zhong had given him a new lease on life, causing him to rejoice. Aloya rubbed her eyes and saw Luo Chen waking up. Her pale face was immediately covered with joy. "Luo Chen, you're awake. You can move. This is great. This is really great." "Yes, I'm awake. I've also gained an incredible strength." Luo Chen laughed and raised his right hand, immediately causing the handgun by his bedside to soar towards his hands, revolving in the air. When Aloya saw Luo Chen's demonstration, her eyes were filled with shock. This is the power that only divine warriors can awaken. Have you become a divine warrior too? Incredible. This is the power he promised me. It's strong. I should be a type 1 divine warrior now. Luo Chen looked at the revolving gun in his hand, a smile on his face. He wasn't as happy about his own strength as compared to what Yu Zhong could bring to their race. With such an evolving liquid, their human race would gain an additional advantage. Luo Chen then instructed, "Aloya, go gather everyone in the parade square." Aloya turned to leave. "Okay." Soon, the resistance fighters all came out from the various tunnels towards the central square, looking up at Luo Chen and Yu Zhong on stage. Everyone's eyes were filled with expectation and trust when they looked at Luo Chen. Many of the soldiers from the Eastern Division trusted this exceptional leader with their lives. How is it that Luo Chen is standing? The leader can stand. That's great. When they saw Luo Chen standing, everyone was surprised and began engaging in discussion. They knew clearly how near impossible it was to recover from his heavy injuries. Yet now he was standing in front of them. It was truly a miracle. Luo Chen swept his gaze across everyone, calling out, "Everyone quieten down." When his words landed, everyone's discussion came to a halt, their gazes falling upon him again. Luo Chen then spoke out with fervor, "Let me first introduce, this person beside me is called Yu Zhong. Yesterday, he had piloted an RH-2 to take down 4 RH-2S and even 2 Type 3 flesh eaters. He alone managed to turn the tides around, saving many of our comrades. He is our hero. Let us first give him a round of applause." The countless gazes full upon Yu Zhong, and immediately a roar of applause rang out. Many had seen for themselves how Yu Zhong had charged through the battlefield with such valor, and they were all filled with gratitude. Luo Chen then raised his hands, bringing the applause to a stop. His voice rang out. In fact, Yu Zhong is not an ordinary human being. He's the prophesied savior of our resistance. No, the savior of our human race. He has the God's imprint on him, the mark of the leader of our humankind. From now on, I announce that our Eastern Division will submit to Yu Zhong, obeying his commands and orders, becoming his subordinates, fighting for the freedom of humanity. The moment his words landed, the entire Eastern Division was thrown into chaos. What? Is he the one from the prophecy of long ago? How is that possible? I thought that legend was a joke, something ancient. How could it be real? Submit to Yu Zhong? Then what about the headquarters of the resistance? When the soldiers of the Eastern Division heard that announcement, chatter immediately broke out. The prophecy from hundreds of years ago was thought to be a fantasy. Many had not thought that there would be someone who would save them. Therefore, asking them to believe the words of a few dead men was too much. However, there were some who immediately stared at Yu Zhong with an excited gaze, immediately becoming his followers. After all, the resistance had been whittled away slowly but surely, and many had begun to lose hope for the future. They needed some form of hope. The Savior was the beacon of that, becoming a pillar of support, trust, and hope. When Lisa heard Luo Chen's words, something seemed to explode in her mind, as her gaze turned strange. Is he the Savior from the legends? If it's him, it's very likely. Luo Chen gazed down and barked in a low voice, "Quiet!" The members of the resistance immediately became quiet. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the handgun at his waist immediately flew to his hands, revolving in mid-air. Everyone should know I used to be crippled and have been confined to a wheelchair all this time. Today, I can stand here is all due to leader Yu Zhong granting me my health and a new strength. I become a Type 1 divine warrior. Seeing this, all the soldiers of the resistance sucked in a cold breath, their eyes filled with excitement. Divine warriors were basically the terms for strong experts. There were over 2,000 warriors at the parade square, but only 8 of them were divine warriors. There were only Type 1 divine warriors as well. Everyone else hoped to become a divine warrior. Yu Zhong then waved his hands at Luo Chen. With that, Luo Chen retreated respectfully behind Yu Zhong, exhibiting his respect and submission. Yu Zhong's voice then rang out. "I'm Yu Zhong. If my conjecture is right, I'm a savior mentioned in your legends. My enemies are those flesh-eaters and vampires. They're your enemies as well. As long as you're willing to listen to my commands, I'm willing to lead you all to defeat them and gain victory. Those who are willing to fight by my side, stay, and as long as you put in an effort to obtain merits, I can grant you strength, becoming powerful divine warriors. Those who aren't willing, you may leave. I won't stop you. Make your choice now. Leader Yu Zhong, grant me strength. I'm willing to obey you and fight by your side. Leader Yu Zhong, let us fight the monsters together." The moment his words came out, the entire parade square erupted in wild cheers. Almost everyone was screaming his name, expressing their loyalty with fervor. Some of them did so because of Luo Chen's orders. Some did so because they believed in the prophecy. Some did so in order to gain the strength to become a divine warrior, and some had been swept up in the commotion. Some others had nowhere else to go, thus they chose to stay. However, amidst the cheers and excitement, 30 resistance soldiers turned around quietly to leave. They did not believe that Yu Zhong was the savior, and only trusted in the upper echelons of the resistance army. Luo Chen watched them leave, and his eyes flashed with a dark look. He looked towards another corner, and 2 men nodded to express their understanding before they disappeared. The 30-odd men had not left long when they were dragged into the dark to be silenced forever. Although Yu Zhong did not wish to kill, Luo Chen was not willing to let these people go. After this meeting, the entire Eastern Division was handed over to Yu Zhong, with Kong Cui-yun and the rest summoned by Yu Zhong into the base. The entire force then quickly left to relocate to another base. In this world where there were no satellites, the response of Red Rock City was much slower. After Yu Zhong and his people had left, another larger force deployed by Red Rock City came across where the base used to be, sweeping around but not finding anything. Chapter 730, Vast Difference in Strength. Chapter 730, Vast Difference in Strength. Out at a desolate area without any signs of life, a few humans were lugging loads of more than 20 kilograms, running around while gasping for breath. Yu Zhong was decked in military wear, watching them quietly. Among them, there was Xiaolan, Forana, even the little lowly Dina. Yu Zhong had granted them the evolving liquid, allowing them to become evolvers before making them undergo high-intensity special forces training. Even if they had the strength, without proper training, they would not be able to exhibit their true prowess. Having seen the cruelty of this world, even Kong Chui Yun, who used to have an air of a spoiled miss, began to push herself through the rigorous regime. Even the half-mutant lowly Dina was no exception. She even pushed herself harder after every day's training. As a vagabond, she knew how precious the chance to obtain strength was. Since she had gained it, she would treasure it even more. Yu Zhong eyed them while asking Luo Chen beside him, "I want to know all that the Resistance currently knows." The Resistance troops are scattered all over this planet. On this planet, we humans are the food, toys, and slaves of the monsters. The areas where the monsters are more vicious and cruel, the more Resistance troops stationed there. Places where the violence is lesser, the lesser the number of Resistance soldiers as well. However, from the big perspective, we separate ourselves according to directions: north, south, east, and west. Our Eastern Division handles 40 cities, with about 40,000 people or so. The Southern Division is in charge of 30 cities, with about 50,000 people. The Western Division, 20 cities and 20,000 people, while the Northern Division handles the most cities, 60, with about 100,000 people. That is to say, the entire Resistance numbers at around 200,000 or so. Other than our fighters, we have sympathizers within cities, and we're not too sure about the number of people from those groups. In fact, my faction is considered only part of the Eastern Division. The highest authority of the Resistance is termed as the Human Liberation Business Resistance Council, or the Council for short. Each division would choose 12 representatives from their own sides. The person at the top is the president, and he is the current leader of the Resistance Army. The current president is called Gong Chang Tian. He's an amazing leader and was the previous leader of the Northern Division at the front lines. Yu Zhong thought deeply before continuing, "What about the Saint Clan?" Luo Chen laughed bitterly. The Saint Clan is control over perpetually all the cities on this planet. Other than the areas with high radiation and the barren wilderness, everywhere else is under their control. Based on estimation, there should be a total of 563 cities in their hands. The total human population within these cities is at 300 million, and these are just the human numbers. As for the Saint Clan, their numbers aren't that many, about 10 million. Yu Zhong was speechless. Comparing the Resistance and the Saint Clan, the difference was not just 50 times. The enemy was also in control over cities and other resources. There was practically no chance in an outright face-off. Just the 300 million people under the Saint Clan could easily crush the Resistance already. There was no contest between both sides in terms of numbers. After knowing the true might of his enemy, Yu Zhong could not help but feel a dark shadow over his head. Previously, during his struggle against the zombies, Yu Zhong's people only numbered slightly above 2 million. If the gates of hell were to truly allow the Saint Clan to invade, the 300 million people under them would already cause Yu Zhong a huge headache, not to mention 10 million Saint Clan members. With their strength, based on his estimation, 1 million Saint Clan members were enough to slaughter 300 million ordinary humans. Furthermore, China still had seas of zombies and mutant beasts and other strange races to contend with. If there was a war, the little bit of capital he had struggled to build up was not even worth shit. He sighed lightly. Thankfully, I chose to enter this world. Had he chose to remain on Earth to expand, while he might really expand within a year, no matter what extent he could grow, it was not enough to deal with this second stage. Now he knew how precious the chance to enter this world was. If they didn't do anything by the time the Saint Clan invaded, then all the powers and factions on Earth would succumb and crumble under the absolute might. Yu Zhong mulled over for a while before asking, how many Type 3 Divine Warriors are there within the Resistance? Type 3 Divine Warriors were existences like Jack and Santana that could destroy an RH-2 with their bare hands. Luo Chen replied, there are a total of 7 outstanding Type 3 Divine Warriors in the Resistance. There's Snowstorm, Sima Bing, Blazing Flames Wang Yin, Human Tank Ken, Great Earth Bear Ta Mu, Steel King Lance, Light Beast Jess, and finally, Overlord Gong Chong Tian. Our Resistance only has Type 3 Divine Warriors, no one of Type 4 and above. Yu Zhong asked, then how many Type 3 Divine Warriors are there in the Saint Clan? There are around 100,000 Saint Clan members who are at least at Type 3 Divine Warrior level. About 1,000 are rumored to be at Type 4, while Type 5 Divine Warriors are rarer, maybe about 30 at most. Those at the Type 5 level are usually from the Ancestor Clan. As for the legendary Type 6 Divine Warriors, according to legends, there might only be 3 or 2 from the initial Ancestor Clan members that were left behind during Era of Blight. As to the truth of these rumors, no one has tested or verified before. Normally, those who head out to suppress any rebellion or chaos will be the Type 3 Divine Warriors of the Saint Clan. The moment any Type 4 Divine Warriors were to make an appearance, the source of the chaos or commotion would be eliminated. Type 5 Divine Warriors are considered important characters, and to them, our Resistance fighters are just like ants, hence they would not bother unless they are in a bad mood. However, it's rare to see any Type 5 Divine Warriors making a move. Luo Chen spoke with a dark expression. Yu Zhong was speechless for some time, as he finally understood why Luo Chen was so willing to hand over his authority. Yu Zhong was considered a peak expert back on Earth, but among the Saint Clan, he was just an ordinary fighter. Any Type 4 Divine Warrior could easily crush him. If a Type 5 Divine Warrior were to act, he would be wiped out in barely an instant. The level of might on this planet was truly unfathomable. Yu Zhong sunk into deep thought. What's the situation on the food and water supplies for our forces? Out in the wilderness, the most terrifying killer was not the Saint Clan, but the lack of food and water. The places fit for living had plenty of pools and water catchment places, whereas the regions outside of the cities were hard for survival, since most of those places were heavily irradiated and had no water or food sources. Food and clean water was an important resource, and they were the main reason why the Resistance could not expand. There were sources of clean water within the cities that the Saint Clan resided in. They could even plant vegetation, and that was how they controlled humans. Luo Chen looked at the warriors undergoing training and spoke. Our current supplies can last us for a month, while our water can last for about 20 days. The current conditions are under the assumption that these soldiers you're training up cannot use our rations or water. Luo Chen was clear that through Yu Zhong's methods, he could raise a powerful force, but the warriors would require water and food to replenish their energy. Such squandering of resources was a nightmare to the Resistance. Many cities had resorted to the method of sealing the cities, preventing water and food from going to the Resistance, easily cutting their lifeline off. Other than that, we can disguise ourselves as mercenaries to accept missions to earn Eagle Yuan. As Resistance fighters, we still have to rely upon and work for those monsters. Even I find it ironic and ridiculous. Yu Zhong thought deep. Due to the lack of resources, these Resistance's forces actually had to resort to working for the Saint Clan. This was hard to believe. However, he also understood that their circumstances really were dire. Yu Zhong asked, "Are there any mutant beast hordes nearby?" Luo Chen replied, "The ancient ruins." He continued, "It is an extremely famous place nearby, and it marks the line between the light radiation and heavy radiation zones. There are plenty of mutant vegetation, mutant beasts, irradiated demons, savages, and even mutants. The entire region is extremely dangerous, and there are a few terrifying mutant beasts that could even kill a Type 4 Divine Warrior. In the past, there was a story going around that a Type 4 divine warrior went in and didn't come out. Around the region, there are a few handful of human settlements, forming small mercenary companies. They would head in to hunt and complete Saint Clan missions for money. It is an extremely chaotic place where robbery and murder happen all the time. All the people there are underground characters and only money talks. We would usually head there to hunt mutant beasts. As Yu Zhong listened, he made his decision. All right, we shall head there first. Chapter 731, The Ancient Ruins. Chapter 731, The Ancient Ruins. Blackblood Town was a small town that was situated right in front of the ancient ruins. The ancient ruins actually covered a wide, vast area with plenty of mutant plants, mutant beasts, and other life forms that lived within. Terrifying biological creatures could be encountered when inside, and even a Type 4 divine warrior could fall if not careful. However, there were plenty of resources that could be found within, even clean water, other legacies left behind prior to the apocalypse. Hence, many were willing to risk their lives to explore the ruins. Blackblood Town was a sort of a stop that humans had established right outside of the ruins. The town came about because there were 5 wells in the town, each of them containing water of radiation level 2. Because of the water sources, this Blackblood Town quickly flourished. Yu Zhong looked at the town that was covered with lush greenery, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint. This is Blackblood Town. The town was entirely different from what he expected, full of vibrant life and wild vegetation. Yu Zhong could see many women and kids digging for wild vegetables. Along the way, all he had seen besides Desolate Barren was Desolate Barren. Yu Zhong looked at the town and asked Luo Chen, since there is water here, why didn't the Saint Clan lay claim to this location? Luo Chen explained, although Blackblood Town has water, it is too close to the ancient ruins. In the past, there were many mutant armies that raided here, causing over 100 members of the Saint Clan to perish here. Furthermore, the water in this small town cannot sustain tens of thousands of lives. That's why a city can't be built here. Hence, the Saint Clan had just ignored this location. However, 40% of the profits here must be handed over to Red Rock City. Yu Zhong asked, how many people can the water sources support? Luo Chen had obviously done his research before, and replied, at most 2,000. Had the Easter Division been forced into a dire situation, Luo Chen had considered forcefully claiming Blackblood Town and its water source. However, he knew that if he did that, sooner or later, Red Rock City's forces would come, and he would be helpless again. Furthermore, the terrain was too open around Blackblood Town. Should the armored forces of Red Rock City arrive, then their resistance would be out in the open for slaughter. Yu Zhong nodded lightly and continued towards Blackblood Town. The moment their group entered the town, a number of gazes fell upon them, including those from murderers, rapists, perverts, mercenaries, thieves. None of them were filled with good intentions. However, the moment they saw the rifles and firearms on the members of Yu Zhong's group and the strong killing intent emitting from every single one of them, every single gaze quickly retracted, not daring to linger on. In this town, where laws and codes of conduct were absent, fights and killings could happen in the blink of an eye. Those outlaws were not willing to antagonize a troop that was well-equipped and had such an obvious scent of blood and killing on them. Yu Zhong kicked the door of a bar wide open, as a strong smell of perspiration and stench wafted out, together with the sounds of loud rock music. Inside the bar, there were dozens of mercenaries and prostitutes, whose gazes immediately swiveled over. A big, burly white man roared out and stood up. Damn it! Which bastard wants to cause trouble? In an instant, 10 assault rifles were pointed at the man, as 10 resistance soldiers fixed their cold glares on him. As long as Yu Zhong gave the order, they would open fire, turning the guy into a sieve. The white man looked at the guns, and his back broke out in cold sweat, raising his hands, not daring to move. Blackblood Town was a chaotic place, Even if this white mercenary was killed, no one would step out for him. Not even his comrades in arms could fight against a faction that has these many firearms. Yu Zhong and Luo Chen walked in like lords under the protection of the resistance soldiers, coming to the counter. Luo Chen came to the bartender and smiled as he asked, "Mike, I want information on the mutant beasts that are at B grade on the danger level." The bartender replied with an impassive face, 10,000 eagle yuan. Luo Chen took out a chest and handed it over. The bartender opened to take a look before closing and bending below the counter to pull out a stack of documents to give Luo Chen. Luo Chen then handed another envelope over to Mike. "Thanks. Other than that, I need a large amount of food and water." Mike coldly replied, "Payment." Luo Chen chuckled. "That was the deposit. When the goods arrive, I will pay the rest." Mike nodded coldly, and after achieving their objectives, Yu Zhong and Luo Chen turned around and left. Mike watched them leave, his eyes flashing with a cold look. He waved his hands, and another bartender appeared to take over, while he left the back end of the bar. Inside the deeper recesses of the bar, there was a lavish room. Two men decked in exquisite and lavish clothes, their collars with 3 golden suns, sat on a sofa, enjoying wine. Mike kneeled in front of the two, speaking respectfully. "Knights, sir. As you expected, those despicable resistance soldiers had come here. Your subject has handed them the information." Knight looked at him with a condescending gaze. "Got it. You may go back. Do your job well. Since you've contributed some merit, I'll bring you to the inner city soon." Mike immediately kowtowed in glee, before retreating out the room. "Thank you, sir." Knight laughed coldly. "These humans are really stupid. Black Blood Town is so important. How could our Saint clan not be in control of it? They actually ran here to buy information from us. What a joke." Luther chomped down on an arm of a young girl while sipping red wine, his eyes flashing with a violent light. "Shall we wipe them out now?" Knight responded coldly. "It's not time yet. They're not that many. Even if we wipe them out now, the rest will continue to hide like rats. Furthermore, they're not so easy to deal with. Otherwise, Jack and Santana wouldn't have died at their hands. Wait till they organize a troop to go hunt mutant beasts, then we'll make our move." Luther nodded silently, continuing to enjoy his bloody meal. Not long after leaving Black Blood Town, Luo Chen suddenly spoke up. "Leader, I think that the bar is dodgy, that Mike should be someone from Red Rock City." Yu Zhong asked without any major reaction. "Then how much of this intelligence do you think is true?" Luo Chen replied, "Should be all of it. They need the bar, thus they wouldn't lie." Yu Zhong chuckled. "Since that's the case, let's just take a look." Luo Chen's mind jolted as he replied, "Yes." After that, Yu Zhong and his group continued towards the ancient ruins. Beyond Black Blood Town, there were many rocks that were black and red in color, and there did not seem to be any signs of life. However, the ancient ruins were different. The moment they stepped into the area, they could see all sorts of grass and vegetation growing everywhere, with some strange mutant plants within. The ancient ruins might be called that, but in fact it was the largest modern city on this planet, and one could see countless modern structures and architectures. However, the state of disrepair and dilapidation allowed strange mutant plants and life to flourish, giving it a strange yet mystical feel. Amidst the ruins and structures, there were many items that surpassed the current level of technology on this desolate planet. According to rumors, the powerful computers and systems of the RH-2S were dug out from the ruins. Not long after Yu Zhong brought his troops into the ruins, a few green lights flashed past in some of the buildings, and a number of gazes filled with ill intent fell upon them. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they gripped their weapons tightly. "Watch out!" Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed. The moment his voice rang out, the grass started to shake as numerous decayed bodies that looked dried up like mummies with only skins dangling off their bones charged out towards the resistance group. Luo Chen's face fell as he shouted out, "Living corpses! These are living corpses! Everyone be careful. Don't let them scratch you. otherwise you'll be infected. Living corpses were the remnants of the apocalypse that evolved from zombies. They used to be ordinary zombies, and after the radiation, they underwent mutation, not rotting away even after countless years. There was not much difference between them and zombies. The only thing was that, after radiation, their eyes mutated and they could finally see, becoming stronger than ordinary zombies. Seeing the zombies appear, the expressions of the soldiers changed as they raised their guns and fired at the living corpses. The bullets riddled the bodies of the living corpses, some of their heads blasted apart, and their bodies slumped to the ground. Yu Zhong had only brought along 11 elite soldiers. The firepower of the 11 could not withstand the onslaught of over hundreds of living corpses. Just as the living corpses had surrounded the 11 warriors, Yu Zhong waved his hands, and his 2M, long black tooth blade appeared. He charged forth, swinging his massive blade, and sliced the zombies up, preventing them from approaching the soldiers. Within a single minute, the 200 over living dead had been slaughtered cleanly, leaving only a bunch of broken bones and mangled flesh. Strong! The 11 soldiers watched the scene with awe and shock in their hearts. Chapter 732, Type 4 Divine Warrior. Chapter 732, Type 4 Divine Warrior. Let's go. After dealing with over 200 living corpses, Yu Zhong led the 11 of them further into the ancient ruins. He had just taken a few steps when suddenly he felt a dangerous premonition and his face turned. With a thought and a wave of his hands, a shield of light appeared in midair, radiating brightly and blocking in front of him. At almost the same time, from the grass, a number of shaped blades of grass shot out, firing at Yu Zhong and his men. Luo Chen and the rest turned pale, quickly dodging behind Yu Zhong. The flurry of grass shot out towards the shield of light, and it was unable to hold out under the assault. "Get down!" Yu Zhong hollered and quickly got on the ground. Luo Chen and the rest also quickly followed suit. Barely a second later, the shield broke apart in a burst of sparks, and the grass arrows continued to soar through the skies, disappearing into the distance. Luo Chen looked at the grass and couldn't help but mutter, "Arrow grass, I can't believe that it exists here. Such a huge number at that. They're truly insidious." The arrow grass was also a mutant plant. The moment their roots were disturbed, they would fire out arrow-like seeds. These arrow-like seeds could pierce the body of humans or mutant beasts and absorb their blood and essence before germinating. It was a terrifying existence, as the seeds could even pierce through heavy armored vehicles. When everyone saw that, their faces were incredibly ugly. Had Yu Zhong not acted to save them, they would have all died. Even Yu Zhong's expression was dark. He finally understood how difficult it was to navigate these ruins. They had to face danger after danger barely a distance in. If it were even deeper, he truly did not know how dangerous it was going to be. Yu Zhong was silent for a moment before he told Luo Chen, bring the men back and wait for further orders. Luo Chen's eyes flashed before he replied solemnly, "Yes, leader." Luo Chen was clear that he and the other 10 warriors were not only unable to assist Yu Zhong, but they would likely be burdens when they head further into the dangerous ruins. Retreating was the best option for them. Yu Zhong watched them leave and sighed in his heart. Luo Chen was knowledgeable. With him around, he would feel a whole lot more relaxed while navigating these ruins. However, Luo Chen was still not strong enough and might die any time. He could not afford to be distracted in order to protect him. After readjusting his composure, Yu Zhong continued deeper towards the ruins. The moment Luo Chen and the rest left, Yu Zhong felt a lot more eased. With a flash of his body, he quickly darted through the ruins, easily killing 4 groups of low-level mutant beasts, dodging the assault of the living corpses. What is that? Yu Zhong was traveling within the ruins when he suddenly heard a roar of motors and the loud whirring of propellers. He looked up, only to discover 48 assault helicopters and 100 large air carriers flying for the deeper parts of the ruins. Yu Zhong watched the incredible fleet, and he felt shocked, quickly following one particular fleet of 12 helicopters. These are the St. Clan people. Why are they here? They actually activated such a huge fleet. Seems like I need to follow them. Only the St. Clan could possibly deploy 48 assault helicopters and 100 large aircraft carriers. The Resistance could barely even pull out 30 carriers. He quickly activated his second-order stealth, his entire being blending in with the surroundings, not emitting any biosignatures. Even an RH-2 would not be able to detect him now. Among the fleet, there was a heavy-duty helicopter that was even larger than the Thunderfighters back on Earth, just that it didn't have any weapons. Inside, the decoration was extremely beautiful, looking like a five-star hotel. On 2 sofas, there were 4 men seated, and they each had 4 suns on their collars. These were the insignia representing their status as Type 4 Divine Warriors. Even among the Saint Clan, Type 4 Divine Warriors were rare existences. Other than the main base, it was rare for them to appear in other places. After all, throughout the entire planet, only 2,000 of them existed. One of them was incredibly good-looking, with blue eyes and jade eyes, his aura elegant and charismatic. He sighed lightly and used his hands to caress the faces of 2 extremely beautiful girls by his side. Who would have thought that thing actually landed in the Type 4 mutant chief's hands? Every time I think about those ugly freaks, my appetite suffers. The 2 beautiful young girls were looking at the handsome man with a look of adoration and fascination, as though they would die for him without hesitation if he were to ask them to. Another man, whose skin was black, was holding a knife as he sliced up the human eyeball on his plate, while he laughed lightly. Antonio, are you afraid? The Type 4 mutant chief isn't someone easy to deal with. Donnie had died in that freak's hands. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent the 4 of us to deal with him. Just somewhat slightly, but I'm unwilling to die at this godforsaken place. I still want to live on and taste the fresh blood of beautiful virgins everywhere. Man's hid, before I've tasted the blood of at least 10 million different girls, I will not die. He then grabbed the neck of one of the beautiful teens in an incredibly elegant fashion, before revealing his sharp canines that punctured into the neck of the girl as he started to suck with huge gulps. The girl struggled with pain at first, before her eyes glazed over and her face flushed red. Her body started to twitch as she moaned out in an alluring manner, twisting and panting as though she was having an orgasm. After a while, Antonio then released his grip on the girl's neck, causing her to drop to the floor like a corpse. Her originally flushed face was now devoid of any color, and her breathing quickly stopped. At the time of death, her face was still wearing an expression of ecstasy. Antonio pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth as he looked at the corpse and laughed. Delicious. This is the blood of a high-quality virgin. Truly delicious. I'm delighted to have tasted such fresh blood. Thank you. Another man who had black hair and yellow skin had a vicious look as he tore into the head of a resistance fighter on his plate, causing the skull to burst open as red and white matter splattered all over his hands. The man just licked his fingers with an insatiable expression, while grunting out in excitement and joy. The last person was a 12-year-old lowly with a head of blonde hair, a petite frame, but an impressive C-cup bust. She was about 1', her features exquisite, her skin fair, and her eyes a strange silver color. She looked at the 3 other Type 4 Divine Warriors with an expression of disgust as she spat. A bunch of sick perverts. Antonio looked at the black-hair, yellow-skinned man and said, George, Asia is scolding you. Watch your manners. George retorted, Bullshit. Man's hid, those eyeballs are disgusting. Quickly consume them. Stop cutting them up. So gross. Manzid looked at the eyes of the beautiful but dead girl. Nonsense. Antonio, since you like the blood of beautiful girls, can't you just draw their blood? You can taste them for a longer period of time like that. Why must you suck and dry their blood? What a pity! Her eyes have no spirit anymore. Antonio had a drunk expression. Only fresh blood carry the taste of life, that my soul can feel liberated, and the joy that consumes me. That is the true delicacy of life. Drawing blood and sucking the blood of ordinary virgins is not enough to satiate my soul. Asia frowned and barked coldly. Perverts! Shut the hell up. The moment she barked, the rest quickly kept quiet. Each of the 3 Type 4 divine warriors were powerful existences that could do as they like everywhere they went. They would not even view other Type 4 divine warriors as equals, and often they would come to blows with their fellow Type 4 divine warriors. However, being scolded by the lowly with huge breasts, they could not help but shiver and retracted their unbridled behavior a little. It was apparent that they were somewhat apprehensive and fearful of her. Asia looked down and ordered with a cold look, "We have reached our destination. Prepare to invade." The huge fleet was now over an area where huge buildings over dozens of meters tall were scattered around. With her order, under the protection of the assault helicopters, the large transport carriers began to descend. At the same time, eyes filled with hatred and enmity shone in the dark as the figures walked out from the shadows, revealing the inhabitants of the area. Mutants began to pour out from every nook and cranny of the buildings, charging towards the carriers. Honk! 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 The 48 assault helicopters responsible for escort began to open fire, their powerful firearms tearing the mutants to shreds. A number of fireballs, bone spikes, corroding poison, huge stones, and all sorts of other abilities were cast and flung towards the sky. Some of the attacks managed to land on the powerful assault helicopters, but were deflected by the tough armor, not causing any damage. At this time, an entire half-building shot out like a shooting star from below, slamming towards one of the heavy assault helicopters. Chapter 733, Battle between the Saint Clan and Mutants. Chapter 733, Battle between the Saint Clan and Mutants. As the half-building slammed into the assault helicopter, it immediately got destroyed, exploding in a huge ball of fire that descended towards the ground. A mutant appeared below, his gaze fixed on the aircraft above, emitting a powerful and oppressive feeling. He was 3M tall, a 0.5 horn growing on his head. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in gold armor, his expression savage. He had a tail that was long and sharp, also covered with a layer of golden metal. His limbs were powerful and thick, with sharp claws for hands and sharp nails on his toes that gripped the earth tightly. Many other Type 3 mutants began to crawl out and surround the Type 4 mutant, roaring towards the skies with a bestial and killing instinct. The difference between mutants and humans were that they were extremely ugly, violent, and had a clear hierarchy, submitting only to the strongest. Without the control of a powerful mutant, they would go on an unstoppable rampage everywhere, only ceasing once they were wiped out by other existences. Yu Zhong eyed the numerous Type 3 mutants around the single Type 4 mutant, his heart filled shock. Powerful. Is that the Type 4 mutant? Truly on another level. It was the first time Yu Zhong saw somebody actually grabbing an entire building with such ease and launching it like a cannonball. The strongest person in his team was Yin Shuang, that lowly with a perverse strength. But comparing the two, there was simply too vast a difference. The moment that helicopter crashed, the rest quickly adjusted their target, as countless missiles and cannons shot toward the Type 4 mutant and the area it was at. Honk! 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 The powerful explosions rocked the entire region, as many mutants were instantly pulverized or crushed by the sheer firepower. Before the dust even settled, various figures shot towards where the heavy carrier was. A number of large rocks and boulders flew towards the heavy carriers, most missing their targets. However, two managed to slam into the body of one carrier, causing it to tilt before it lost control and began to descend from the sky, exploding in a ball of flames. However, under the cover of the assault helicopters, many others managed to land properly. The region was crawling with mutants, so they quickly swarmed over like ants towards those carriers that landed. Many had just landed when the mutants arrived and quickly began to employ all sorts of means to damage the carriers. The moment the heavy carriers opened their doors, many RH-2s charged out with loud whirs, their electronic eyes flashing as cannons appeared out of their frames, and with the help of the targeting system of the AI, they unleashed carnage all around them. In a blink of an eye, there's a burst of blood and flesh all around the heavy carriers, as over hundreds and thousands of the mutants were blasted into bits and pieces of flesh and blood. The mass slaughter ability of the RH-2s was even higher than that of Type 3 Divine Warriors. However, among the mutants, there were numerous Type 3 mutants as well, and they charged towards the RH-2 with savage expressions. However, as the Type 3 mutants fought against the RH-2s, it was incredibly tough. They did not know where the weak points were and could only rely on brute strength to try and damage the RH-2s. One particular Type 3, which had blades sticking out of its limbs, managed to charge through the area of the fire, appearing in front of an RH-2. It was like a ghost that darted beneath its frame and used its sharp blades to tear through the armor, cutting through countless of alloy fibers. In half a minute, that particular Type 3 mutant had managed to wreck the right leg of the RH-2 completely, causing it to fall on its side. However, even as it landed, the cannons continued to fire out rapidly, killing many other mutants. The Type 3 mutant had no choice but to continue darting about, destroying every single one of the cannons. Following that, a huge swarm of mutants began to crawl all over the RH-2, covering it entirely. The next instant, with a loud roar, the RH-2 self-destructed, causing the area around it to be enveloped in the resulting explosion, directly reaping the lives of the mutants around it, including the Type 3 mutant. These RH-2s might not be particularly effective against the Saint Clan's Type 3 Divine Warriors, but against these brutish mutants, they were able to exhibit their powerful combat might, cleaving lives every second. However, within the ruins, the mutants were seemingly endless in numbers. No matter how many were killed, it seemed that more would crawl out from other corners to replenish the numbers lost in battle. Even so, with the constant fire from the RH-2s, as well as more RH-2s descending from the carriers, the powerful weapons of war suppressed the mutants totally. Under that fearsome fire, many Type 3 mutants that could deal with the RH-2s were forced back or killed. A single RH-2 might not be able to contend against a Type 3 mutant, but 10 of them with a net of fire could cause the Type 3 mutants a problem. Furthermore, the Saint Clan had deployed more than 300 RH-2s over here, and there were already 50 on the ground. Once all these weapons of war were fully deployed, then the mutants would lose their advantage of numbers. Regardless of how many could crawl out, they would be wiped out under the terrifying growing net of fire. What a powerful might! Yu Zhong observed the numerous RH-2s, and he was shocked. If such a formation was to appear on Earth, nobody could defend against such an attack from the Saint Clan. This was 300 RH-2s. No mechanized infantry battalion on Earth could possibly withstand the assault from 300 RH-2s unless they used nuclear weapons. Furthermore, this was just one small part of the Saint Clan strength. At this time, another building flew from afar once again, slamming into one of the heavy carriers, causing 3 of the RH-2s inside to be destroyed. Within the ruins, together with countless rumblings, many buildings began to be plucked from their foundations and launched towards the heavy carrier. As the buildings slammed into the heavy carrier, it was slammed repeatedly, turning into a pile of metal rubble that exploded. Within the luxurious carrier up above, Asio watched the events below with a cold look, eyeing the ferocious Type 4 mutant, and ordered, "Wipe that beast out." Antonio carried the beautiful girl kneeling by his side and placed her to one side, laughing lightly. Got it. Let's go, guys. Go. George, Mans hid Antonio and Asia directly charged out the luxurious carrier and leaped down. The four figures shot down from over hundreds of meters in the sky like meteors, landing on the ground with a huge shockwave as the ground split apart in all directions underneath their feet. Antonio saw the buildings being launched rapidly by the ferocious Type 4 mutant chief and chuckled, "Whoever kills it first gets its horn. How's that?" Mans had stuck its tongue out and licked with a cruel smile. "Okay, that guy's horn is mine." George laughed, and, with a tap of his foot, he had already charged towards the location with the speed of sound. A number of Type 3 mutants began to snarl and roar as they leaped towards George. With a flash of a shadow, holes appeared in all of their heads, and the horns had all disappeared as their corpses slumped to the grounds. What terrifying fellows! Is this the strength of a Type 4 or Type 5 divine warrior? Yu Zhong hid in the dark and watched the Type 3 mutants being slaughtered and their horns ripped out and could not help but shiver from the fear. Every single one of the Type 3 mutants was slightly stronger than Yu Zhong. However, facing George, they could not even withstand a single blow, and their horns had been ripped out and killed. If it were Yu Zhong, he would at most last for 1 second or two. With such a character like George, just him alone could easily vanquish the entire 3rd Eastern Division under Luo Chen and now Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong finally understood the difference between the human race and Saint Clan. Among the entire resistance, there was not a single Type 4 divine warrior. Such an organization was truly like ants to the Saint Clan. As long as they got serious, they could easily wipe them out. Because of this cruel reality, many of the humans lowered their heads and chose to be the dogs, toys, and food of the Saint Clan because there was simply no hope of resisting. Such strength should be from a Type 4 or Type 5 divine warrior. Fucking bastard, just a Type 4 or 5 divine warrior is already so strong. A Type 6 divine warrior could just wipe out all the humans. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze on the Type 3 mutants being slaughtered by George and cursed in his heart. This was the first time he felt such despair. Antonio, Mans hid and Asia charged towards the Type 4 mutant chief in flashes of light. Along the way, any Type 3 mutants that got in their way were easily killed without a fight. In just a few breaths of time, the 4 of them appeared in front of the Type 4 mutant chief, and both sides began engaging in a terrifying clash. Chapter 734, Mysterious Traction Force. Chapter 734, Mysterious Traction Force. The Type 4 mutant chief was incredibly strong, grabbing a building as though it was a pick and waving it at the 3 Type 4 divine warriors from the Saint Clan. Asia observed coldly from the side, keeping an eye on the entire battlefield to prevent any unexpected accidents. Feeling the cold gaze, Yu Zhong did not dare pull out his electromagnetic gun to try and snipe the enemy. The moment he revealed the slightest killing intent, he would not live past a minute. There's no chance. Yu Zhong continued to observe the situation from deep in the jungle. H could see how the Saint Clan was relying on the RH-2S to suppress the army of mutant. The 4 Type 4 divine warriors were also controlling the Type 4 mutant chief, and it seemed that the rest of the mutants were at a disadvantage, even when they had the numbers. Right at this time, Yu Zhong's God and Devil imprint became hot, as a message came through the imprint. His right hand was suddenly immobilized, as though something was grabbing onto it. Is there something here? Yu Zhong's eyes brightened, and he moved towards the direction that his hand seemed to be tugged towards. As he followed the path, he discovered the direction he was heading to seemed to be the place where the mutants were living. He could see many mutants swarming out of the buildings, heading towards the battlefield. Yu Zhong looked at the huge buildings and frowned. Is the thing summoning me located within here? The strange suction seemed to be pulling Yu Zhong towards one of the buildings, and countless mutants were constantly pouring out, preventing him from advancing smoothly. He was confident of killing over 100 mutants with a single blow of his, but if 3 Type 3 mutants were to launch an attack on him, he would not be able to dodge. Furthermore, the number of Type 3 mutants that came out from the building was not little. If he was not careful, he could easily be torn apart. At the same time, the moment he came to the building, he could sense an indescribable danger, as though there was a terrifying beast hidden within this building. Yu Zhong trusted his danger perception strongly. He quickly suppressed the urge to enter the building recklessly and laid quietly on the ground, not moving at all. Soon, the Type 4 mutant chief retreated towards this building, covered in blood. "Huh, lowly beast, go die." George's eyes flashed with a glint as he charged right in front of the Type 4 mutant chief and slashed out at his head. The Type 4 mutant chief twisted his body, dodging the blow, although it looked as though he had dodged it. However, his right shoulder suddenly split open, with a large amount of flesh and blood splattering. Even Yu Zhong could not catch what had happened. The Type 4 mutant chief grabbed a huge metal bat with a glint in his eyes and smashed it towards George with a ferocious look. Antonio pointed at the steel bat, and it was forced to one side, brushing past George's body. Man's Hid had a sharp bone blade in his hand, taking the chance to strike at the Type 4 mutant chief with lightning speed. The strike managed to carve out a deep scar on the body of the chief, causing more blood to flow. In just a few breaths, the Type 4 mutant chief had more injuries on his body. It was just that they could heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 Saint Clan experts launched coordinated attacks on the Type 4 mutant chief, causing more injuries, yet there was not a single injury on them. Although the Type 4 mutant chief was strong, if things continued on, he would definitely die. Right at this time, 100 Type 3 mutants appeared from the building suddenly, with sharp bone spikes, sharp ice picks, flaming arrows, and all sorts of other attacks that launched at the battlefield. The blonde, big-boobed, lowly Asya snorted coldly and reached out with her hand as a powerful psychic barrier appeared in front of them. All the attacks that were cast and thrown by the 100 Type 3 mutants were blocked by a single move from Asya. Strong. Yu Zhong saw the strength of the psychic barrier cast by Asya and was filled with shock. That assault by those 100 Type 3 mutants could vanquish Yu Zhong's shield of light in a second. Just as Asya's attention was focused on those 100 Type 3 mutants, 2 shadows suddenly burst out from the ground, leaping towards the 4. One of them was an incredibly sexy and beautiful female mutant, with a long horn on her forehead, her head full of red hair. Her eyes were blood red, and her hands were sharp like blades, her own tail as large as a greatsword as well. She appeared right in front of George and slashed at his heart. The red-haired Type 4 mutant was incredibly fast, hitting 1.5 Mach the moment she appeared. Even George was unable to dodge, and could only bring up his hands to block. The claws of the Type 4 mutant beauty slashed across George's arms, tearing them off, causing blood to splatter. The other Type 4 mutant was a 2M tall figure that did not seem that different from a normal person. However, on his back were many boils and growths that were disturbing and gross. His speed was fast as well, reaching 1.2 Mach. At the same time that the red-haired Type 4 mutant slashed George's arms, this other Type 4 mutant had appeared in front of George and sent a fist at his chest. A terrifying force blasted out, shattering George's rib cage as his entire chest caved in. His entire body was also sent flying into the distance. Damn beast! Just as the red-haired Type 4 mutant prepared to give chase, Asya roared out in fury and shame, reaching out with her right hand to conjure an oppressive pressure on the 3 Type 4 mutants, their bodies sinking. The second that the 3 Type 4 mutants were forced down slightly, George spat out a breath of air, sending himself flying further away. Asya's psychic ability was incredibly powerful, instantly suppressing the Type 3 mutants with just a single thought. However, it was not as effective against the Type 4 mutants. The bodies of the 3 Type 4 mutants just sank slightly, and they began to coordinate and joined hands against Man's Hid, the weakest out of the 4. Other than them, The 100 Type 3 mutants had also launched their attacks. Asya waved her hands, causing her powerful psychic barrier to appear once again, blocking the attacks as she barked, "Retreat." 3 Type 4 mutants against 3 Type 4 Divine Warriors were not very different in combat strength. In fact, the 3 Type 4 Divine Warriors possessed a little advantage because the Type 4 mutant chief was heavily injured. However, with the addition of a 100 Type 3 mutants, the situation was different. The Type 3 mutants possessed the ability to threaten the Type 4 Divine Warriors. Although a Type 4 Divine Warrior could crush a Type 3 mutant in a second, it was not that the Type 3 mutants were entirely useless against the Type 4 Divine Warriors. If they continued to fight on in their territory, Asya and the rest would only suffer a defeat and even die. The moment Asya gave the order, Antonio and Manshid quickly retreated from engaging the 3 Type 4 mutants, fleeing from the battlefield. The Type 4 mutant chief, the other 2 Type 4 mutants, and the hundreds of Type 3 mutants immediately gave chase. Even more Type 3 mutants poured out from the base, surging forth like a wave, chasing after the 4 Type 4 Divine Warriors. The total number that surged out of the base was over 2,000. Against such a horde, even the Type 4 Divine Warriors would be torn apart. With just these 2,000 Type 3 mutants, if they were to appear on Earth, they could easily wipe the Central Plains army of Yuzhong. Yuzhong watched this horrific scene, his emotions and thoughts in turmoil, as he kept himself laying low, not daring to release the slightest sign or aura of his. With the help of the second-order stealth, nothing about Yuzhong was leaked, and he managed to evade the senses of the Type 3 mutants. Once they were all out of the base, Yuzhong quickly darted forward using the dark corners, entering the base noiselessly. He did not dare to enter from the main entrance, instead, routing around the building. He then stretched out his hand and fired a spider silk to the 5th level. As the silk retracted, Yuzhong was pulled up towards the 4th level, where the windows were all smashed. Sweeping the room with a gaze, discovering nothing, he entered the room carefully. The entire room was damaged and dilapidated, with a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that even the mutants seldom came here. After entering the room, Yuzhong's god and devil imprint flared in temperature as the mysterious force tugged on him again, dragging him towards a direction. He allowed himself to be tugged, moving forwards. Under the guidance of the strange force, Yuzhong found himself going downwards towards the 2nd level of the building. He looked down and saw a deep, dark tunnel with no end in sight, with 8 ordinary mutants protecting the entrance. Chapter 735, Underground Hall. Chapter 735, Underground Hall. Yuzhong got down near the edge of the staircase, quietly observing the tunnel, and waited for 5 seconds. Within these 5 seconds, no other mutants had leaped out from the hole. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a strange glint as he operated his shadow steps. At the same time, he sent a small stone flying towards the entrance of the building. The moment the clear sound rang out, the gazes of the 8 mutants swiveled towards the source of the sound. Taking advantage of that second of distraction, Yuzhong flashed, and he leaped through the tunnel in a single breath. Within that tunnel that was covered entirely in moss, Yuzhong could smell a foul, rotting stench. After he leaped through, he quickly darted deeper with all his might, his speed like a specter. Passing through the long tunnel, Yuzhong came across a huge underground city. The underground city was more vast than any that Yuzhong had come across, with countless modern buildings that were about dozens of meters tall. Other than them, there were residential buildings, hotels, schools, hospitals, and other buildings. However, they were all run down. There was not a single source of light within. If it weren't for Yuzhong's night vision ability, he might not be able to see anything. Yuzhong had just appeared in the underground city when he saw dozens of mutants gathered together, led by a Type 3 mutant with a horn as they came towards his direction. He quickly shot towards a building by the side. At this time, a Type 3 mutant came out from the building, appearing in front of Yu Zhong without warning. Yu Zhong was already poised for combat. The moment the Type 3 mutant appeared, the flame blade in his hand slashed towards the body of the Type 3 mutant, instantly slicing him in half, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Unfortunately, the Type 3 mutant was pretty resilient. Even after being sliced in half, it didn't die immediately and used its upper half to let out a wretched shriek. Damn it! Yu Zhong quickly slashed the head in two before grabbing the horn. With the death of the Type 3 mutant, the life energy was absorbed through the imprint, enhancing Yu Zhong. Congratulations, you have gained +10 in endurance. A warmth surged through his body as the notification resounded in his mind. Yu Zhong took a deep breath, activating his shadow steps again, pushing his speed to the maximum, and quickly charged towards the direction with the imprint was guiding him. The scream of the Type 3 mutant had attracted attention, as countless mutants swarmed out like ants towards this direction. Yu Zhong had just gotten to 300 meters when there was the sound of glass shattering, and dozens of mutants leaped out, pouncing at him. His eyes flashed, and he pulled out his 2M long black tooth blade, swinging out once, immediately turning the dozens of mutants into sliced-up chunks of meat. As he stopped, his advance was slowed as more mutants appeared. At the same time, there were 4 Type 3 mutants making their way over. Once they reached, Yu Zhong would surely die under their hands. At this critical juncture, a void appeared out of nowhere as a bright flash appeared, turning into a bone carapace around Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong fired out 2 bone spikes from his feet, propelling him towards a building over 40 m tall. When he leaped up, he quickly retracted the bone spikes. One particular Type 3 mutant saw this, and quickly dashed towards Yu Zhong's original location, reaching out with his hands to grab onto the retracting bone spikes. At the same time, Yu Zhong flipped his hands, the electromagnetic gun appearing. He aimed down and fired, sending a bright beam through the head of the Type 3 mutant at his heels, blasting his head and brain apart. Life energy streamed through the imprint, entering Yu Zhong's body again. However, this time, there was no notification of any enhancements. With the death of that Type 3 mutant, the dozens of Type 3 mutants around quickly converged on this location. 3 of the Type 3 mutants closest to Yu Zhong quickly leaped onto the building, climbing upwards swiftly. This underground city was the base of these mutants. Although most of them had followed the Type 4 mutants out to hunt the Saint Clan experts, there were still a number of powerful Type 3 mutants that stayed behind. Yu Zhong watched the Type 3 mutants converging around him, his face impassive as he turned around and leaped towards another building. Halfway in the air, his dark wind wings appeared, blowing a huge gust of wind that sent him soaring in the sky at the speed of sound. Below, the numerous mutants gazed up and unleashed sharp, shrill shrieks at him helplessly. A number of fireballs, bone spikes, ice picks, and poison arrows all fired at him from below. However, most just brushed past his shadows. Against flying bodies that could travel at the speed of sound, such attacks were seldom accurate. Furthermore, most of them were from the ordinary mutants, which could not compare to Type 3 mutants. Just as he was soaring through the air, a number of sharp howls began to emit from below. Dozens of mutants with wings began to soar into the sky, chasing after Yu Zhong. Among these mutants, such entities capable of flight were rare, but there were some. At the same time, only mutants of Type 2 and above could use their wings to fly. However, the fastest among them could barely reach the speed of sound, which meant they could not catch up with him, only eating the dirt. Is that it? Yu Zhong continued to fly towards the direction where the mysterious force was pulling him to. After flying for over 100 kilometers, he finally saw a huge clearing that had a huge research lab built on it. His heart rejoicing, Yu Zhong shot downwards, landing beside the entrance. The entrance had long been destroyed, and he quickly charged in. Soon after, 6 of the wing-type 3 mutants came to the entrance. They patrolled around it, but their faces carried traces of fear, not daring to get near. Within the lab, there were many machines and transparent glass tubes. Other than a few broken ones, the rest of the lab seemed undamaged. It was just due to the passage of time that a layer of dust and rust had accumulated on these machines. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the lab, suppressing the urge to search the lab as he continued to rush towards the direction which the imprint was tugging him towards. Inside the lab, if he were to search carefully, he was sure to come across something useful. However, he wanted to obtain whatever was calling out to him and quickly get the hell out of here. After passing through a few corridors, he finally came into a huge hall. The moment he entered the hall, his face fell, and he quickly retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed at one particular corner. Inside that hall, there were all sorts of advanced machines and equipment, and at the center of those countless electronic instruments, there was a huge sphere of about 1 m. 20 meters to the right of that strange machine stood a 2 m tall mutant with a huge red horn on his forehead. He had a head of silver hair, his looks incredibly handsome, and he had a pair of blue eyes that seemed capable of stealing anyone's soul should they stare too long. His back had a pair of silver and gold wings, and a long, silver tail grew out of his back. He was standing inside a transparent glass tube, staring and smiling at Yu Zhong. Fuck, this guy is strong. Shit, there's such a dangerous person here. Why didn't he go up? Every single cell in Yu Zhong's body was screaming at him to get out. Just by looking at the mutant, he could feel tremendous pressure, as though the other party could kill him with a glare. His back broke out in cold sweat that threatened to drench his entire shirt. Even if he were to face a Type 4 mutant, Yu Zhong was confident he could at least withstand a single blow. However, his danger perception was telling him that this other party was someone way above his level. Hello there, friend who possesses the God and Devil imprint. My name is Radis. I'm pleased to meet you here. Don't be afraid. I was like you over 100 years ago, a human that had the imprint. What's your name? The mutant laughed gently, reaching out with his right hand as the layer of silver skin receded, revealing a God and Devil imprint on his arm. However, it was extremely faded and bleak, as though it was just a mass of gray lines. Yu Zhong saw that Radis had no intention to kill him, and relaxed as he let out a breath of relief. Hey, I'm Yu Zhong. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.